happening in Sokoto State, where 3 weeks ago we had several elections cancelled and several undeclared both at the Senate and 11 at the House of Reps, undeclared because of the outcome there. But today, everything seems to be going to plan. The voting seems to be happening, and the same thing in Rivers State. But then again, I think it's kind of early to tell. Because this is still people coming out to vote. It's at the point where votes are being collated and votes are being counted. That's the point where people's sense of a lack of accountability starts to really play out. And I think that we have to sort of wait. We've seen isolated incidences of voter suppression in Lagos. In Imo, you reported earlier that there were some kidnapped officials, but thankfully the security forces stepped in on time.
All right, just one moment. The visual you're seeing is the APC governorship candidate for Kaduna State, Senator Obasani, who is indeed going through the process of casting his vote in this election, the governorship and House of Assembly election that's also taking place in Kaduna today.
Once you're a public figure, everyone needs to get a feel of you. Once you're a public figure,
it's not just that you're a public figure. If you're one of the keen contestants, you're one of the frontline candidates. There are maybe 18 political parties in that. I don't know how many exactly, but of the 18, I'm sure there are people that they are focusing, but that doesn't mean the other ones are not important at the end of the day. So just to put it in perspective.
Well, Millicent, don't even go there, please. Well, Dr. Oluwatola, you were making that point about, what's happening in the various regions. I mean, Geoffrey asked about, your impression concerning the Southwest. I mean, we've talked about three. Okay, just before that, to hold that thought, let's quickly get back to Kaduna State, where correspondent.
It appears there's a change of plan. He wanted to speak to the press.
He will, but they're trying to make way so that he'll have a comfortable spot. There's a lot of people milling around that particular polling unit.
We hope our cameraman can get a vantage spot.
Perhaps others as well who would. I'm sure they're also planning to vote at that particular polling unit. We're talking about one of the candidates for the elections there in Kaduna.
Well, this is what the people often say. That's African proverb. Okay, I think we're able to.
They've gotten a spot now.
Sorry, you are the APC governorship candidate. You've just exercised your franchise. How do you describe the process?
The process so far is going very smoothly. The report we are receiving from various local governments clearly shows that people have really come out to vote, particularly in some rural local governments. The turnout is very, very impressive. And I have no doubt in my mind that our supporters have really mobilized and our people have come out to vote for APC generally.
Do you have confidence in the process?
The confidence, the process is going very well. INEC have done extremely well. And the fact that they have decided to extend the election for at least a week, it makes them to properly organize the process, and the process have gone extremely well. I'm happy with the process, and I'm confident APC will win this election by the grace of God.
Well, that's the APC candidate in Kaduna State talking to the press. Certainly, we'll give you more of that later on. So, Dr. Oluwatola, you were talking about the region. So Lagos, we've touched on Lagos, Ogun State, Oyo State. We've had feelers also from Ekiti State, where the vice president, cast his vote, and a number of, places like that. What are you hearing from that region? southwest of Nigeria in terms of the conduct general process?
So yeah, like you rightly said, we've heard from Ogun State where we have a somewhat competitive race. All the opposition parties have come together against the ruling party. So we expect that there's a lot coming from there. Oyo State, we've heard from Oyo State as well as Lagos State. Ekiti and Osun State don't have they have an off-cycle process as well as on those State. So we're not hearing as much. It's a little more mellow what's happening in those states. But so far, based on what we've seen so far from our observers, it seems that it's the same story, that the process has been relatively peaceful, but INEC turned up on time in many of the polling units where observers have visited, and there hasn't been reports of real serious voter suppression or violence. I think the same recurring information we keep getting is that voter apathy seems to be the case in a lot of those states.
I know you also said that it's too early to say about voter apathy, but then it seems that for some of the states where, the off-cycle elections are taking place, just House of Assembly, there are not a lot of people invested in that.
Nigerians tend to not really care as much what happens in the state legislatures because they don't really feel the effect of the state legislature. When there's a gubernatorial election, there's a presidential election, people are passionate
my
about
apologies, Dr. Luatala. Is it that they don't feel the effect, that they don't even know the effect that they are having? Because there is no governor that can perform its duties without the legislature in the state.
Absolutely. I think there is a wholesale sort of generalization of what the various levels of government represent. A lot of people think that the House of Assembly exists to provide infrastructure and to do the types of things that the executive does. And when they don't see that happening as much. And yes, they do have some responsibilities where constituency projects are concerned, but ultimately their job really is to act as accountability partners to the executive and check the executive. But so far, we haven't seen the House of Assembly become very strong. It's the hope that we have that now that for the first time, we've got 8 parties represented at the national level.
That's for the national.
That will start to change, but at the state level, it's hard to see.
Perhaps for now, but Jeffrey, you had questions, tons of questions about the legislature, and I'm sure you want to. But let me quickly just bring it to Mr. Alibabu, perhaps on the same the issue of state assembly elections. The concern is the understanding or otherwise of it for the people who are going to vote today. Most people are going to get 2 ballot papers, and they're just going to thumbprint, almost perhaps without knowing who exactly they're going to be voting for. They're just going to thumbprint for the party. The pictures of whoever are not there on the ballot.
Yeah. Well, like Dr. Toby said, the reality when it comes, the lower it gets in Nigeria, the less interest citizens appear to have. And I do agree with you that perhaps it's also because of the level of awareness, about the importance, of government. And that's why you see people blame the president for their local roads not being tarred or for drains not being cleared. Even where the ruling party at the center is not even the same at the state. And then when you look at the way politics have been played at state level, especially with state organized elections going strictly to one party, there is a lot of distrust, by citizens of governance at state level. So that's an issue that needs to be. And then, of course, because in our country, the one who holds power, who holds executive power, is seen as the ultimate. So you see, people are interested in governorship, really. They are interested in who the governor is because they know that's a lot of power. But they are also more interested in who the president is because they believe that, it is in Abuja that they share the resources. So whatever is going to come to your state or come to you, a lot has to do with the powers of the president. So it means that we have a whole lot of work to do, because if people do not understand that they can make serious change to their quality of lives, to the delivery of governance to them at the state level through the state legislature, it's difficult to really have a functional society if people do not appreciate the importance of local government. So this is part of the reason why after this election, we still need to go back to all those issues that we have been on. How do we ensure that local government remains relevant, to the lives of citizens? How do we do voter education for people? So for instance, if in any states you have seen a situation where not the one that is orchestrated from Abuja, but where the legislature really says that, oh, things are not going right and we are going to be impeaching the governor, or somebody is being recalled, it's going to give a lot of confidence, to citizens.
I'm really waiting for that. I'm really waiting for that to happen.
Yeah, because I always make it happen.
Conversation, for quite a while. Even the attempts that have been made, how successful or otherwise.
Kitty was successful, Plateau was successful by Abuja, not by the people.
It's just for people now to now see it as something.
Yes.
But we have an update on that.
Yes, there's a lot to talk about when it comes to the assembly, but let's hold off on it for a bit. Let's go back to the field where we reported. We told you we're ubiquitous. We'll be everywhere to ensure that we bring you all the stories across board. So be part of it as well. Send us pictures, send us videos. If there's violence in your area, we may not be that particular spot at that time, but if you let us know, we'll drive in and get that information out to the public. So wherever you are, just send us information across board. We'll keep displaying how you can get across us on social media, just hashtag 2023 verdict. But the VGC area residents set up a field in a particular location to vote. That you see that picture there. We understand there are 8 polling units there, and the residents said that they have traditionally voted there for about 20 years. They even cited that the presidential election was done there, but to their surprise, the electoral umpire moved their polling units to outside the VGC gate. They are suspicious, in their words, of this move because they say it leaves them open to elements where elections could be disrupted by thugs and even hijacked. We understand that some of them have refused to vote. Well, that's coming in from the VGC. So
we've been talking about that for a while. A number of people have been making videos and circulating all over the place. Some celebrities have also done that, putting their word out.
So apparently they are not ready to vote.
No, they are ready to vote. They are not willing to vote. Move their polling units to another location. If that had been communicated to them ahead of time, perhaps that would have been something for them to consider. So let INEC
again, communication from INEC.
Absolutely. I mean, we talked about that over and over again. Why would you insist on that? And hey, it's very important that people know what is up. If there is a reason, the people deserve to know.
INEC should please speak out because it's their right to vote. And if they are suspicious for whatever reason, it's also their right to suspect.
Absolutely.
Given the trust gap, the trust deficit we suffer as a country, we hope that one day all of this will be in the past, but right now we have those issues. So if all of a sudden I voted 3 weeks ago and I come and my polling unit has been moved, what exactly is going on? That's exactly what
it's only natural for anyone to suspect.
Millicent?
There are about 8 polling units there, and it's also past 1 o'clock. At the time. Well, we'd like to take you now to Ogun State. We understand one of the candidates in that election has also exercised his franchise there. I believe it is Mr. Ladi Adebutu, PDP candidate in Ogun State.
It's early days. Let us see when the counting begins, because that is when the true sense of what we have done comes to the fore. I'm encouraged with the turnout because people are truly affected and they're responding in a true desire to improve their lot. The question now is, will the system allow their votes to count?
We move to Oka now in Anambra State. It's not the governorship election, but House of Assembly elections are taking place there. Our correspondent, Joy, brings us the latest.
We have a very clement weather here in Oka, the Anambra State capital. Here is polling unit 008, Aromo 1, with 2,470 voters. The turnout is not quite impressive, if you see behind me, as against what happened here in February 25th during the election. But hopes are high that people will still come for this election. Now, aside the State Assembly election, there is also a rerun election in Ogbaro Federal Constituency, whereby the House of Reps election will take place also today. Remember, Anambra State is not having the governorship election. It will interest you to know that it was only yesterday that the incumbent administration of Professor Chukwuma Soludo clocked 1 year. And so it is clear that the crop of House of Assembly members he's been working with were inherited from the last administration of ex-governor Willie Obiano. This will be the first election, the House of Assembly election under his watch. There are a few things to note about this election. One, that INEC says they have configured over 1,000 beavers for this election, fully charged and ready for operation. And then for the police, they say that it's only the federal forces that are allowed to monitor this election, to provide security for this election. If you are a vigilante service, you have no place here. They've all been excluded from participating in this particular election, either by way of monitoring or providing security. It's only the federal forces. Now, here in this polling unit 008, Aroma 1, accreditation has been done for some people, verification has also been done for some people, and voting has commenced. Let us hear what some of the voters have to tell us about this particular election, how prepared, INEC has been for this particular election.
It's going on seamlessly, unlike the other one. I guess because of the, voter apathy, that is obvious. I don't know why, but it's moving on smoothly.
So you just voted?
Yeah.
And how do you feel casting your ballot?
I feel very, 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 very satisfied with the system and with myself. We should be able to be part, of the system that brings in good governance. I don't know how to express my feeling. I'm just very glad I'm able to vote and say my voice towards, this is a good governance issue.
No, I'm very glad there's no violence here. There's no violence. At least everything's organized very well. But I've also, I think people should be very clear that they are voting for the conscience, for the conscience of the masses, for their future as well.
They have expressed their opinion, and they are very happy that there has not been any violence in this particular area. And we hope that it will also spread in other areas. There won't be violence, there won't be thuggery, and there won't be anything untoward. This election will hold free, fair, and credible. From polling unit 008, Aroma 1, Joy Odine, reporting for Channels Television.
Joy Odine there with the latest from Anambra State, where they are voting to elect their House of Assembly representatives. And let's go over now to a location in Lagos, where our correspondent Timothy Crown Aderigbe brings us the latest from there. Timothy.
We are here at Osholu Secondary School in Iriwe community of Ojo local government area of Lagos State. On these premises, there are two polling units, one of them 001, where the governorship candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Dr. Olajide Adediro, just cast his ballot. Getting to this community takes about 1 hour travel on water. It's a peaceful process here where party agents and observers commend the process. Timothy Crown, Aderibigbe, Channels Television News.
So we are looking at, what's happening in a hinterland. We can call it that.
Yeah, I mean, who was it that was talking to us about that earlier? That look, that's really where we have the voters. A lot of people are in that in a community. How many urban areas do we have in Nigeria? And it's the same thing all over the world. But right now, we also understand that Olu Phillips is on standby. I was trying to give us some updates earlier. Olu, what's new right now?
Yeah. Ayo, what can be new? Everything is new. As far as these places are concerned, we are still around the Ajawest. So from the hinterland to the upper land, we're still in the Ajawest area where we had pockets of violence, or not necessarily violence, but what you can call voter suppression. So there are no ballot box snatching, there are no ballot box stopping. What we have done is a subtle suppression, disenfranchising people from coming to vote. We are on a street called Musli Akinsanya Street. If you know that name, it rings a bell. That's the managing director of the Lagos Parks Street, where we've heard stories of people being intimidated out if you're not voting for the ruling All Progressives Congress. And here's a snippet of what we are talking about. The Labour Party agent has just received a blow, a deck to his ear, and he's already bleeding. Let me show you what I mean. Look at his ears. Look at his ears. He's just been, because he wouldn't do what they want him to do. And he's saying to us his life, he feels threatened, his life, he doesn't feel safe, and he needs to get out of this place. We've seen some military men are patrolling around this area, and we're hoping that this would help bring the kind of sanity that people who want to vote and cast their vote and exercise a franchise can do around here. It's a stronghold where we are, and there's no mindset in what I know. We know, but we have to do our jobs. So, for instance, we're told that the last time during the presidential election, we were two units. One was there, one is there right now, which is this one. And the second one, if my cameraman, don't move too fast, cameraman, can you turn back to me? Just turn back to me. And the second one was in this hotel. But on this governorship election, the second one has been moved down. You see where it is, down right there in front of the strongman's house. And that may not mean anything. That could mean anything. That could mean anything. That could also mean nothing. But it meant that if you're going to vote and you're going to vote in front of the strongman's house, you know what that means. This is happening live in Ajawa State. And so from Osolo Way to Asafari to Latif Salami, we have the same complaint of voters who have been harassed and beaten up and told, if you're not voting for the ruling party, get out of the polling unit. We have videos that we can send you much later after this, because we're getting those videos via other devices when we're in live on television. But this is what we have for you. Ayo, you have something else for me?
Yeah, yes. The question that I naturally want to ask is, where are the security officials that are supposed to ensure that people are able to exercise their franchise?
I give an example of what either the Electoral Act says or what we have in terms of voting opportunities. So you see a polling unit like this, and you see policemen who are not armed, just one arm, this one here and this one here. I don't know how much they can do in terms of warding off. Election should be elections. People should be able to say, my choice is this, my choice of candidate choice is this, my choice of vote is this. But it doesn't come as simple as that can be or should be. And this is a worry, a big worry. Initially, in February 25th, we saw a lot of logistics issues. We saw a lot of challenges, moving materials and all of that. Today, we've seen laxity, we've seen lethargy, and we have seen voter suppression. And you ask, we prepared for years and beyond for a day like this, and we're still having this kind of situation. What does it really say as far as a voting country like this is, with the size of over a 200 million population, the most populous black nation in the world? We should actually get it right. I don't know what the reforms could be from this election, but INEC has got its job cut out for itself. The National Assembly has got its job cut out for itself. A situation whereby you have people who are not armed. Even the military detachment that are coming around here have told us clearly, we can't stay with you, we can only patrol. If we see pockets of violence, then we can step in. So we're taking a chance to do this on the street of the strong man, and hoping that it stays at doing our job, and all of the apparatuses of government will be kicked in places like this, where we all know that will be a stronghold for any party to want to take. Remember what happened in presidential elections? All of this were lost. The ruling party lost all of these places, and I'm sure, I think maybe they don't want a repeat of that incident around here. Perhaps, Ayo.
Olu, we'll have to let you go. So, as we always say, we want you to remain safe wherever you are, because I know that that's not your last stop. You're still going to go to one or two other places. Just keep safe wherever you are right now, okay?
And when I asked if something was new, I think his shirt is new.
Yeah, he has changed his shirt and removed it. Says
I noticed
it's a bulletproof.
Yeah, but it's also Olu, just keep going, all right?
All right.
Thank
you, Olu. We'll get back to you.
But it's also important to mention. I mean, this security thing is actually quite concerning, and we mentioned earlier that we're hoping that the police spokesman in Lagos will speak, but we've been able to reach out to the Commissioner of Police in Lagos, who says, well, he's going to speak to us later on. And most certainly expected, because I mean, there have been quite a number of issues in various parts of the state. We've talked about Oshodi, we've talked about BGC.
We're hearing things from a more Dolphin area as well.
Exactly. So he would want to compile all of that and give us a comprehensive report, so to speak.
But I wanted to talk to Oluwatobi on this particular issue. But I know you're also tracking some issues that has to do with the election. And now, speaking to the violence, there are some electorates, because of what happened in the last election, they are coming out literally combat ready. Does this justify that disposition?
I think that people need to protect themselves, and I think we've seen a case where someone got killed. We yet to verify in self-defense, and people are trying to protect themselves. I think there are other trends that we are seeing across the country. In Kwara, Kogi, there's a lot of vote buying going on. And
but we'll speak to that. My apologies, Dr. Oluwatobi. We'll speak to that. But, you know, this question of security, well, we are happy, again, to reiterate that the Commissioner of Police in Lagos is perhaps now compiling information to talk to us, you know, later on today, to ensure that at least police is on top of its game.
And they're doing that aerial surveillance as well in Lagos.
Just to ensure, you know, things go the way it ought to go. We have a number of guests to bring up later, but speak to that very, very quickly. You know, the question that of the security and all of that. Yeah,
I think to be clear that the security of elections is in the hands of the police and the security services. So so just like you rightly said, the head of head of police in Lagos is about to speak to us. Let's hear what they have to say, because a lot of people, there's a tendency that people then think, you know, it's INEC. Has to play their role. The security services particularly have to play their role. And I think that there's a lot of fear, and rightly so, and suppression as well. But at the same time, there's still also lots of places where things are peaceful. And I think it's important that the security services communicate promptly, so that people can have the peace and the comfort required to come out to vote, because I think it's having a big impact on turnout.
Yeah, you talked about it rightly also, that it's a multi-stakeholders. They are not armed, and that they can only rove. Yeah. It means that there is a layer of security missing, right?
Yeah, it means that there is a layer of security missing. It also, I mean, it's true that the roving one cannot stay in one place because it defeats the purpose. They're supposed to be, and it's also a police roving team. So they're supposed to be communicated. They should be like 5 minutes away from any. The police guys are the polling units, not carrying arms. Do not have walkie-talkie. You cannot rely on phone network to communicate and call for reinforcement. And that is if they want to anyway. And my worry really started before even today, when we started to hear some communities calling for traditional rights, Oro, and all of that. I would have expected the IG, the police commissioner, to have come out strongly and say that none of that, because we're having a lot of that were not addressed. The police didn't come out. So
the police yesterday did. The PPERO talked about it and said, because this election is coming up, except you mean that it didn't come out as at the time the announcement was made.
As of last night, about 8 p.m. while I was still driving, there was still announcement on radio that traditional rights will happen in certain places from 12 midnight to 4 a.m. Don't move, don't. And when you look at Lagos traffic yesterday, for instance, I just hope that things have not happened that we are not aware of. Because that Lagos traffic yesterday, people will definitely get to their localities by 1 a.m. or thereabout. So some of these things should have been nipped in the bud. It's not necessary at all. Because you have heightened, people have been scared, So that probably explains, perhaps, at the end of the day, we'll see if it has had effect, but it's also possible that that has had effect on people's reluctance, to come out. And also people's trust that the police will live up to its responsibility. And the day is not gone yet, because this is the early part. We expect the police to up their game here. The military are around too, to support them. You see where your correspondence was, Olu, initially, it took the military, to actually come in. So they are there, but we need the police first to be the first layer of security for them to be able to call in reinforcement. Now we are going to move from here to the rack centers, and that's where this real game starts.
Okay. Well, there is a lot more to talk about, but we need to take a break, take a few messages, and when we return, there are a number of other people that are going to be joining us for this conversation. So please stay with us.
Become your best self with new and exciting data plans from 9Mobile. Visit www.9mobile.com.ng or any of our 9Mobile Experience Center.
9Mobile, here for you, here for Naija.
Good afternoon, sir. Please, I need a room to rent in your house.
Okay, where do you work?
I'm the nurse.
That means you won't owe me rent. Congratulations, young lady. You have yourself a house.
Well, thank you so much, sir. So, how much is the rent?
90,000 naira. Oh, but wait, where are you from?
I am from Akamata.
Akamata what? Akamata in my house? If you know how you got into my house, please get out right away. My spirit and that of Akamata people don't have anything to do together.
Sir, what have I done?
Your people from Akamata are known for bad things. That is what they represent, and you can't live in my house. Just get out right away.
What's going on?
Leave my house, young lady.
Yes, our differences extend to our languages, culture, food, and even belief. But we are bound together by the cord of love. With one heart, with one voice, we will make Nigeria a hub of greatness, a place where the people live as one.
This message is brought to you from the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, with support from the UK government.
Good afternoon, Oga. Now you be the landlord.
Yes, Nami.
Oga landlord, me go need one room for this your house, so.
Okay, sure you get work where you do.
Yes, I be nurse.
You know go they owe me be that now.
Now how much be your rent, safe?
Not just 90,000 naira. Wait, this guy, where you come from, Seth?
Oga, I come from Akamata.
Akamata, no talk am again. My spirit and Akamata people no they ever join.
Oga, wetin happen now?
Come over my compound. Now so baba thing that people sabi do for that Akamata. Come over here.
Haba, Papa, wetin this innocent girl do you now?
Now people like you, they spoil Nigeria, Papa. I think you don't see them now. My people, they talk, say jollof rice, we dey for bottom pot today. Go day top of cooler tomorrow. As I take need you now, so you self need me. Because now one mama we get, we be Nigeria. Make we love ourselves. Because now only together we go fit to make our country better for us and our children them. One heart plus one love equals better Nigeria. Now the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, with support from the UK government, they bring in this message.
People, the time don't reach where we go choose who go rule us for Obodo Naija. Election na our life and destiny. Make we come out, go vote. Plus, make we not allow any Ijaguda person cause begin for that day. You will be Naija youth. Instead of gbas gbos for election day, make you carry your thumb. Where be your power? Pack and put them for ballot paper. Naija women them. Your thumb. Feel make even your pikin be president. People who get disabilities, you get the ability to determine who the next president will be. So therefore, make all of us join body do vigilante so that Kasala no go pause for election day. Sharply go download just watch our mobile app for your Google Play Store. Now be the security man where go help us report anybody who want cause Kasala for election day. Now Justice Development and Peacemaker Center JDPMC for Oshobo with support from European Union. They call every man, woman, youth, person with disability. We get PVC, make it then go vote March 18, 2023. Your term, now your power, and your choice, now your future.
Good afternoon, Oga. Now you be the landlord.
Yes, Nami.
Oga landlord, me go need one room for this your house. So.
Okay, sure you get work where you do.
Yes, I be nurse.
You know, go they owe me be that now.
Now how much be your rent, Seth?
Not just 90,000 naira. Wait, this girl, where you come from, Seth?
Oga, I come from Akamata.
Akamata, no talk am again. My spirit and Akamata people no they ever join.
Oga, wetin happen now?
Come over for my compound. Now so baba thing na people sabi do for that Akamata. Come over here.
Haba, Papa, waiting this innocent girl do you now? Now people like you, they spoil Nigeria, Papa.
I think you don't see them now. My people, they talk, say jollof rice, we dey for bottom pot today. Go day top of cooler tomorrow. As I take need you now, so you self need me. Because now one mama we get, we be Nigeria. Make we love ourselves. Because now only together we go fit to make our country better for us and our children them. One heart plus one love equals better Nigeria. Now the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, with support from the UK government, they bring in this message.
The 2023 general election is here, and we want you to share with us how you feel and what you see about the processes and activities of the election. Send a well-taken photo of yourself with your PVC or even your inked finger after voting. Send to these social media handles using this hashtag or to our email 2023verdict@channelstv.com and be a part of the 2023 verdict coverage on Channels Television. Take a picture, vote, and be counted.
This our landlord and his wife happy fight for Africa, Sha.
Chai, no mind the man. With that in nose like our Market Square Junction.
Una don't start this now gossiping again, Abi. Okay, Una met today at Akamata Community Square. They sell their votes to politicians for cool 5K. Una sit down here, the mumu una sef. It's all right.
Omo, make we sef go collect our own cash.
Collect waiting. God forbid. So you want to sell the next 4 years of your life for 5K, Abi? Well done. You sabi say this 5K now 4 naira per day. For the next 4 years, make una get sense now. Haba.
Na nonsense una dey talk. Make month end reach, make una no pay me my rent. Na that time una go see fire. Make una no dey listen to people like this landlord. Election no be business. Na your civic duty to your country to help elect the correct leaders them. We go fit create better life for us and no go get future for our children. Make you no sell your vote. Cause if you sell your vote, na your future you don't sell be that. This message now from the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, with support from the MacArthur Foundation.
Well, it is still our studios for the 2023 verdict state elections. And don't forget to take Millicent's counsel earlier to take those pictures. That, yes, with us in your background, it'll be nice to see how you are, following events.
The conversation.
Absolutely, because at the end of the day, it is about our lives. And, many of us shouldn't forget that it is not about the politician; it is about us. Whichever way.
Yeah, somebody even said politics is too serious to leave it to politicians.
Yeah. Well, because I'm still quarreling with that word. Our rulers. Yeah. Anyway, well, that's not for us. We still with Dr. Oluwatola and Mr. Aribabu here. We've since been joined by three other gentlemen from two of our studios in the country. Dr. Saidu Ahmad Dukawa is lecturer, Department of Political Science at Bayero University. He joins us from our studios in Kano, along with Abdul Latif Abubakar Jos, who is a public commentator and publisher of Solace-based online newspaper. Gentlemen, thank you for joining us this morning.
You're most welcome.
Okay. We also have a security expert in the person of retired AIG Wilson Inaligu, who joins us from Abuja.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you for joining us. Let me begin with you, Dr. Saidu Dukawa. You have been following the process, and we've taken quite some reports from Kano State as well this morning. What do you know? What do you have? What information do you have about the conduct of our people, the conduct of politicians, and conduct of the electoral umpire about the process so far?
All right. Thank you so much. I see. I have been following actually through the.
Dr. Dukawa, can you hear me?
Yes, hello, how are you?
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Please go ahead.
All right. So I said I've been following the development since morning, especially through the local media, and the reports are quite encouraging. In many places, elections have started in good time, and people have been conducting themselves well. There are pockets of disturbances here and there, including my own point of voting. But within a short period of time, normalcy was restored, and I was able to vote peacefully and join you in this stadium.
Thank you. How about you, Mr. Abubakar Jos?
Thank you very much. The situation in Kano. This morning, I had to go around, apart from coordinating our reporters that are on field. When we talk about election management or the election process, we talk about stakeholders that include the umpire, that is INEC. We talk about the politicians. We talk about the security agents. We talk about the electorates. So vis-a-vis, if you put all this together, there is a very large turnout of electorate as expected, because all along I've told a lot of fora in which I've spoken. I said, look, the presidential and the National Assembly elections are not being viewed from the perspective of the governorship and the state assembly's election, because the governorship and the state assembly election are local politics, whereby people are seeing the people that they are voting for. I mean, talking about the electorate. So early this morning, in most places, the INEC distributed election materials in good time. But be that as it may, at the rural areas, they have that challenges this morning, because even as of 10:30 in the morning, there were areas whereby there were no INEC staff, neither were there the materials. So in terms of logistics, there were a lot of challenges in that perspective. When we look at the issue of the security are well on ground. Security apparatus make sure that they gain confidence to the electorate so that there won't be voter apathy. But there was a case in Kano this morning that is around the Chirenchi area, which is Gwale and Kano Municipal. Gwale area happens to be where one of the governorship candidate comes from. And the Kano Municipal area also, we have where the chairman of one of the major political parties come from. Initially, they used to even be from the same voting point. But I think INEC in his wisdom separated that recently. So the tug of war in that area was so high. And that was where you have a bit of skirmishes this morning. And as I speak with you, the police have been able to arrest some, although as of this moment, the police have not confirmed it. But we saw it because there were some people that were caught with ballot papers, and there were fake observers also that were discovered. So you see, when you look at it, we have almost about 15 political parties participating in the governorship race in Kano, but there are about, I think, about 4 or 5 that are seriously main contenders. And when you narrow it down, it's like a 2-horse race. That is from the incumbent political party that is in the state and the leading opposition party.
Well, Mr. Abubakar Jos, we'll most certainly take it up on that, because, I mean, that's a security concern you just expressed to us. And we're just hearing now that in Katsina State, one bandit is said to have been set ablaze after he failed his failed attempt to disrupt elections, to disrupt the election process along General Hospital in Batsari local government area of Katsina State. Eyewitnesses say the bandit, alongside another co-conspirator such as himself, were intercepted by a team of security forces. One bandit said to be set ablaze after his failed attempt to disrupt the elections along General Hospital in Batsari local government area of Katsina State. Well, that raises naturally another angle to the entire conversation around election security, which takes us to you, AIG Wilson Inolegu, retired. This is Katsina State, and there are a number of other areas where we've heard all kinds of security attempts by various elements to disrupt the electoral process. What is your assessment so far about the entire process, but perhaps specifically speaking to the areas of concern that you have heard about? An example is that which happened with our colleague here, our correspondent Olu Phillips.
Well, when you make security provision for an election as huge as that of Nigeria, with over 93 million voters, you cannot completely keep it off incidents. They happen, but what do? You take every measure to prevent, to mitigate, and reduce to the barest minimum issues of security concern. And these issues that were planned for, that means you look at the threat analysis, you're able to develop strategies for dealing with those threats that may manifest during the process. And so the situation that we have, that I have watched your program all day, and I've also gone to read all about. I think on a general note, the situation around the country is calm and peaceful. Of course, there will be pockets of violence, such as the one you talked about in Katsina. I think there was a report about Amo Odofin in Lagos. But I think on overall, because most of the officers under the Interagency Consultative Committee on Election Security are properly deployed at almost every polling unit. Of course, you have the issue of inadequate manpower, you have the issue of equipment, but by and large, effort has been made by the Nigerian Police Force and other security agencies to deal with those issues. And those who have attempted to disrupt the process, I think, have been arrested. But the visibility of the security forces at the polling units is quite impressive. Like you were discussing, those manning the polling units are not armed, but those in the outer perimeter where you have a kind of critical mass that are there to respond when they are informed or there is a communication between them and those at the polling unit. But there is no way you can make security provision for such a huge event and you can completely keep it off incident. And that is why I say what you do is to, prevent, mitigate, and reduce to the barest minimum. But I think Nigerians are going about exercising their franchise peacefully. And I think they should be reassured. But then, starting from this time, especially from 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, to 3 o'clock, when people begin to have an idea of this, where the election is swinging, that's when attempts will be made to disrupt the process. That's when attempts will be made to snatch ballot boxes, so that where they think they don't have advantage, they could disrupt and also suppress. So I think this is the time for proper situational awareness by the security agencies, particularly those officers deployed at polling units and those conducting patrols within the precincts or vicinity of the polling units. Is a time for vigilance, is a time for quick response, to respond to any critical incident that will be brought to their knowledge. From this moment is a time for extra vigilance by all security agents deployed at the polling units and on patrols along the road and near those places. Extra vigilance from this time to collation and all the rest of them.
All right, AIJ, let's stay on this security issue with you. All lives matter by every standard. And we see incidents where people mention the word pockets of incidents. I'm sure you've mentioned that word as well. So I wanted to find out, by what parameter do security agencies adjudge a situation to be widespread enough to cause worry? Because I started with all life matters at the end of the day.
Of course, when you are making preparation arrangement to provide security for such an event, you want to totally eliminate any incident that could threaten the peaceful process, any violence that could threaten this. But when you make this preparation and you believe that you've taken unnecessary precaution, but from nowhere something can come up. Of course, you want to prevent anything that will affect all life, any life. But when we say pocket, when you don't have fire spread, but assuming now you have in Katsina, you are reporting somewhere in Katsina, you get another incident in Nasarawa, in Kano, and it's becoming a kind of connection, as if it is planned to be so massive and all that. But where you have isolated incidents and they don't appear to be widespread, then you can say that these isolated incidents, and then measures are being taken to address those. But when you don't have it on that scale that could threaten significantly the process, you could describe that as pockets of violence. And I think what we've had today from media coverage and other medium that I have been able to assess, I think the situation across the country is peaceful.
So just, Ayo, sorry for cutting in. AIG, I wanted to find out from you still, I know we have a lot of guests to talk to, but since this is a security issue, my question perhaps has to do with places where analysis have been done in terms of security threats, and then these things have happened maybe in a 2019 election, and it is happening again in a 2023 election. And some persons say that if it's the first time it's an accident, a second time is coincidence. But when coincidence becomes excessive, it becomes deliberate, which is why if every time it happens, say in location A, say in 2019, happens in location A, in 2023, maybe 3 times consecutively, and nothing is done, doesn't that kind of allow for impunity and people to just go and do whatever they want, knowing that it's just going to be another election where it's going to be categorized as pockets of incident yet again, because it's not as widespread as expected?
Yeah, but you know that they may not be happening in particular places. You have situation whereby you have checkpoints along the highway and say you have to record some incident. It's not that measures are not being taken, but the man will choose his target and you do everything you can to be able to get him in the act or prevent him from coming. Of course, you could have had even much more incidents. I think it's because of the security strategy that have been crafted that are dealing with the situation. That's why we are sitting here to describe them as isolated. You see, unless you have the complete record, because it happened in Katsina, Katsina is a state, it doesn't mean that they're happening in the same locations. For example, when we talk about FCT, something could be happening around Kwali, and you take every measure along that route. You cannot say it cannot happen somewhere close to Zuba. But every measure is being taken. That is the situation.
Come back to Lagos and to our guest here, beginning with you, Mr. Igwebo. And this is the dimension we're seeing, moving from some of the pockets in Lagos, voter suppression, to, that extreme measure taken in Katsina, which it seems people taking, things into their own hands with that. And seeing as, some of the experts have also said, the crucial moments, the crucial time is really what we're heading into, just a few minutes to 2 o'clock today, and that will be after the voting ends, the collation. What your expectations are for security agencies?
Yes, sincerely, I'm a bit worried by the report from Katsina, especially the part that says that they were intercepted by security officials. So how did it then end up in being burnt? Because we also need to be careful. It's easy to commit a crime and label the victim.
Yeah,
And,
whatever name.
So that's really quite worrisome. But really, the Inspector General of Police at this time should be standing up to all his DIGs, his AIGs, his commissioners, and really pressing down their neck to step up the game. Because, like Geoffrey was saying, pockets of violence, it has huge implication, because when people hear that something is happening in Oshodi, the person is really, they may not want to come out, and that's scary for me. So I think the security needs to step up their game immediately. The military also perhaps needs to. And I'm not happy that I'm saying this, that the military needs to show more presence. It's quite unfortunate, not in 2023 should we be saying this, but it is our current reality, because we don't want any lives lost, and we do not want people being disenfranchised because of threat of violence. And if I may quickly push in for the people in VGC, I know that their protest is valid, but my personal advice would be that perhaps they should demand for more security and go use the location that INEC has given them, because there's no way INEC is going to come back to rerun that election, and they perhaps would have lost the opportunity to, express that protest through their vote. So it's just an advice. They probably know better, but then it's just the way
how does the law address that? Because there is first of all, there is a place where the list of voters is supposed to be pasted, and which is where the polling unit is. Yeah. But
so it might go to court, but I can tell you that it's not going to be part of the results that will determine the next governor in Lagos.
I want to take that question. That's before you weigh in. This is to Mr. Abubakar Jos also, about what kind of force do you think the police should be doing now as we move, slowly, surely into that next stage?
If we look at it from, hello?
Yes, go right ahead. We can hear you.
If you look at it from the situation of what happened in Kano this morning, relatively, the security agent, their presence is well felt in the town. And in most of the polling areas, you can as well find adequate security. But we have to be very honest with ourselves in the instance whereby the security themselves, they compromise. There was a particular case this very morning whereby one of the political party leaders insisted in one of the local, talking about the local government in the metropolitan, insisted that if you are not voting for our party, you will not be allowed to vote here. And the security agents were there, the police were there, the sister agencies were there. I mean, talking about the security agents, but they looked the other way around. What I'm talking about wasn't in a corner. It was in the open. It was close to the Emir's palace, where you find the two major political parties in Kano. Hello?
Can hear you.
This is.
So in that situation, when the security now said they were not aware, even we as journalists, we saw what happened. So that if you're not voted, the particular politician I'm talking about insisted that if you're not voted for our party, you were not allowed to vote here. The security agents were there. The military were a bit far away, not very close to the polling unit. The police and others were there. So in that situation, they disenfranchised others who had the intention of voting for other political parties.
Well, Mr. Abubakar Jos, it sounds like exactly what you are talking about is what is alleged to have happened in Amuwodofin area of Lagos, where some video making the round says that which is of course sent by some of you watching, at Ifoshi Road area in Ejigbo and Unity Estate in Amuwodofin Lagos, but their experiences today as they try to cast their votes in the governorship and the House of Assembly elections. In the video, the speakers alleged intimidation and attacks by some thugs who stopped them from performing their civic duties. Authorities, particularly security agencies, need to look into this report of attacks as reported by some of our viewers. We are still expecting the Commissioner of Police in Lagos, who has promised to address us when these issues were raised with him earlier on. Well, let's listen to it.
This morning by something to 7, 2 minutes to 7. And then while I was there, I met few calls to get some people to bring seats for us so that we'll be able to sit down and canopy. And after some time, I saw one of the agents of a political party coming. I started making calls. After like 10 minutes, some talks came in. They came straight to me, telling me that we should forget about voting in our polling unit. That the polling unit is just the polling unit by Festac Link Bridge. That we are not going to vote. I asked him why. He said it's almost Igbo, that we can't vote in this place, that is not allowed, except if I want my car burnt or if I want to live here dead as a corpse. I said, okay. I turned my car facing the exit. They came and started breaking my car. They hit with their big stick. They hit me and broke my hip. They broke my mirror too. We equally went back there and they started beating me. Slapping me and hitting me. Is that how we're going to be one Nigeria? One can't be allowed to exercise his right as a citizen to vote. It's wrong. It's very bad. I don't like it.
So we got there on the bridge. They said we should go back, that this is not our estate, that we are not going to vote there. So going back, some boys rushed me. I don't know if he has a stone with him. He hit me on the head. I started seeing blood. I have to fight back. So this is the blood on my body. So we met some staff. I don't know if they are INEC staff. They have some badge on them. They said, okay, that we should go back. We should leave them for now and go back. I'll vote in my regime, but we should just go back.
In the polling unit for Shi, they are driving away Labour Party supporters. They are flogging them and saying, if you can't vote APC, you go home. That's the situation here in Ifoshi Council wards.
Well, Mr. Abubakar Jos, this is what you were talking about. You was talking about it happening where you are, but these are also things that we're receiving in Lagos now. So what would be your suggestion as to taking this further?
Honestly, the security agents need to up their game, because the security agents are supposed to give confidence to the electorate so that they won't be disenfranchised. An electorate that comes to vote believes that with the security agent around, he or she will be protected. But that was not what happened this morning that I'm talking to you about, because right there in the gear of everyone, the security agents were there, journalists were there, and the political party chieftain insisted that if you're not voting for this particular party, you will not be allowed to vote here. Even some electorates ballot papers were even torn. So what the security agent just seems as if probably it was a normal situation.
Okay. Well, Mr. Abubakar, just thank you. Let me ask you, Dr. Dukawa, from your experience in the field of political science, one of the natural questions that will come to my own mind about that, Dr. Dukawa, is what level of political education do we have to get to before this can be reduced significantly? Because it seems we always come to this particular point. Dr. Dukawa, that's for you.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Yes, I said it's really quite unfortunate given the level of political sensitization that took place. There was a lot of mobilization, so many interest groups, so many stakeholders have participated in raising the consciousness of people, in calling upon people to be law-abiding, to avoid all forms of perjury, and so on and so forth. It's quite intriguing that these kind of reports are still being reported. But I think beyond political education, the larger part of the work needs to be done at the level of governance. Until and unless we attain the desired level of good governance, I don't think any form of political education will do in this kind of situation. By the time politicians consider governance as a matter of personal aggrandizement, so far as there will be abundant resources in the offices of politicians, and the day-to-day business of governance is suffering, so long as there will be this kind of cutthroat competition among politicians, and so long as there is cutthroat competition, so long there will be perjury and all forms of political violence, which we have been preaching against. So I think the incoming leadership is the one that needs the political education actually now, not just the ordinary electorates or even the political thugs that we are complaining about. Let the leadership deliver on good governance, and then you will find lesser corruption in the system, and then you will find lesser stiff competition regarding electoral posts, and then you will see that all these complaints have disappeared gradually. That's my take on that.
And Dr. Dukawa, one wonders about the essence of, the peace accord. But we understand our correspondent, Olu Phillips, is also in Amuodofi, in one of those areas. Just before we come back to you, Dr. Dukawa, hold on. Olu Phillips, he is covering Amuodofi area, and this is one of the areas we've just seen that video comments, eyewitness accounts of their experience, their voting experience, which turned sour earlier today. Olu, what has changed where you are right now?
Okay, so we are on Kwaida Khalid Street here off Agopala, which is linked to Amuodofi. We're actually on our way to Amuodofi to get a switch. I don't know if my cameraman can help me. The papers you see littered on this floor and in this dirty water are papers from a polling unit, 008 and some hoodlums have attacked this polling unit. You can see that glass, they smashed the glass. The voting was going right, going good until this began to happen. The accreditation paper, everything torn in shreds. The voting paper, all torn in shreds. And I understand that the INEC officials had to take to their heels. Even the police woman that was attached to this place, I understand, had to run away because of the hoodlums who attacked this building. If you look at this stretch of the street, these are the number of people that have been disenfranchised from voting, and those who have voted, their votes may not count because it's all been turned away and turned into stress. I'm going to talk to someone who can give us a valid information about what happened here earlier. Can you tell us what happened, please?
Okay, today we came to cast our votes as good citizens, but then before we knew, we had talks coming here with like tools, canes. They were chasing people away from there. They kept on saying things like, "If you're not voting APC, get out of here. We're gonna kill you. We're gonna beat you." They started scattering everything. They scattered everything here. They were threatening people. They were breaking glasses. They were throwing stones, causing a mess. People started running from place to place because they were scared for their lives. Honestly, because if you wanna say, okay, yeah, you wanna die for your country. It's Nigeria even what dying for?
No, but no, the Nigeria is what dying for. But the question to ask is, what happened to the security person that was here when all of this was happening?
Well, the security personnel, they were not of much help, honestly. They're here to make sure everyone is safe during elections. They were not of much help.
So what has happened to your ballot? What has happened to your votes? Is this going to count?
It's not going to count, as we all heard. It's not going to count. Okay, yeah, because they found the materials, and then at the end of the day, the police they went away with the INEC officials and also with our beavers. So now they said the votes that were being cast here before the talks came would not be counted, meaning our votes here are invalid, which is very, very wrong because we all came out in one. Some people even flew into the country to vote. Now our votes are being invalid just because of talks that they destroyed everything.
Okay, so this is the situation here on Waida Kani Street. We thought that we are not going to run into a situation where we will find ballot box snatching. We had reported up to now that there has not been ballot snatching, but we've just reported one now here off Agor Palace Way where a ballot has been snatched, and the votes here have been cancelled by way of being torn into shreds. And I mean, totally all the people that have here with the PPCs might not be able to continue this exercise because the INEC officials, both ad hoc and all of the those that have come to carry out this exercise today, have all fled. And it raises the question again, what we've been saying all day. We knew that places like this was going to be volatile. Now, so what happens to close to 200 to 250 people, I'm told, in this unit that try to vote? You can see this is INEC material. There's no INEC official here to take care of it. This is an INEC, this is a ballot box. This is another ballot box. Nobody here to count it. Nobody here to take care of it. There's no caretaker here as it were. All the papers on the floor. It's a sad situation here in Agor Palace Way.
And Olu, one also wonders, did they take off with the BVAS? Do we know what has happened to it?
So we understand that they didn't come with, shots were not fired, but stones were used, bottles were used, so people scampered for safety. And so the beavers in this unit has been taken away. The ballot papers have been torn and thrown on the floor. So there's technically and ultimately nothing to record anyone who had come out here to vote today. There is no record except that beavers is recovered.
That was taken away by the thugs or were taken away by the officials of INEC?
Yeah, by the thugs, we're told, by the thugs.
Well, one wonders. Anyway, as we often said, just keep safe and please counsel everyone around there to please keep safe, because at the end of the day, yes, you're right, Nigeria is worth dying for, but we should all take the counsel of former President Jonathan that the blood of no Nigerian's blood is worth the election of any Nigerian.
Thank you so much, Olu, for your reporting.
It's quite shocking to see that the new target now, they could leave the ballot papers, but they go away with the beavers. Because at the end of the day, beavers is the primary source of verification, primary source of evidence for anything that happens at that polling unit. I know you were talking to Professor. Before we go back to him, I know that you've been following up on your guys in the field and situation
Especially
as well when it comes to this security
Sorry,
issue.
Geoffrey, if you don't mind, my sincere apologies, because I know I'm also angling to hear what Dr. Luatola has to say, but being a security issue now, and being the fact that the policemen, as we heard our correspondent say, have not been able, well, they had to walk away with these INEC officials. Can we quickly ask Ms. Ainalegu's position on all of these?
Well, it's very troubling that this could happen almost in the heart of Lagos. But I think the officers who were deployed in that area shouldn't have allowed this to happen. And I think the Commissioner of Police Lagos will be looking critically at this incident. First of all, how many were the officers deployed at that polling unit who allowed this to happen? I want to believe that the police must have gone with both the INEC officials and the Beavers machine. If they went there to evacuate INEC officials, I think they would have also gone with it. But at this stage, we cannot say. I think where this happened, we should have had enough response, enough warning indicating that this could take place. I think there is more to this, but the situation that I watched on television is very troubling, and it shouldn't have been allowed to happen. But I believe that the Commissioner of Police Lagos, a smart young man, must be talking to the officers who are deployed within that vicinity. This is the election is a civil process. The incident that happened by these illegal substance users should not be allowed to happen. And so what I expect the Commissioner of Police will do is to interview the officers that were deployed to that area, to give him an account of what happened. And if they were found culpable, I think different action will be taken against them. And I think INEC should not allow these people to succeed, because the election in these places, I would recommend, should be repeated and more security provided. People like this should not get away. An arrest must be made. And I believe that Idu, CP Lagos, is not going to just allow this go. And I think it's going to look at within that area. I'm sure within that area you will discover that there must have been some Igbo and other users. All the enclave everywhere around there will be raided, and I think arrests will be made. And I pray that our justice system, which sometimes is slow, will act swiftly. Because if you have weak social control, such impunity can happen. And I think whoever made this attempt should be made to face the full wrath of the law, so it doesn't happen. It's unfortunate, and I want to appeal to the voters there to continue to remain calm, but the police will act, and other security agencies will act.
All right, AIG.
Unfortunate.
AIG, we're going to come back to you pretty soon, because it appears we have a lot of concerns when it comes to security issues. But let's head to Rivers State, Port Harcourt. Let's just say Rivers State now, where Charles Oporoma, our correspondent, is standing by to bring us the latest update from there. Charles?
Yeah, hi, Jeff. I'm standing by. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Charles, we can hear you. We can see you clearly. So where are you at the moment? Are you still in Gukana or Kana? You've left that area?
Okay. Right now, I am back to Port Harcourt, the capital city. I am in front of the INEC Rivers State headquarters along Aba Road here. If you look behind me, you will see a crowd of people, and you may be wondering what is happening here. Why is there a crowd of people here? Well, what I understand is that these are the guys that are going to be serving as collation officers. They are waiting for their posting. Some of them have received the appointment letters, but they do not know where they are going to be posted to. And it's quite interesting because some of them are going to be posted to places as far away as Bonny, where you have to cross water to go. And one wonders why, they struggle to get them posted. You see how you can see them, they are following the INEC official to get a posting. But that is by the way. Earlier today, I was in Ogoniland, I was at Kana local government, I was in Gokana local government, and of course, I was also at Eleme local government, to mention but a few of the local governments I visited, and everywhere I visited, really, everything was going smoothly, except for a little disturbance in Bori. Bori is the headquarters of Kana local government. When I got to Bori, I discovered there was some kind of protest, some kind of disagreement, and I spoke to a few of the people who were protesting there, and I discovered that some people were complaining that they had issues with the electoral materials. They complained about the beavers. They said they were alleging at the time that there may have been issues with the beavers. I tried to talk to the electoral officer there. He refused to speak to me on camera, but he told me that there was nothing wrong with the beavers, and it was a misunderstanding from some of the party agents during their inspection, when he allowed them to inspect the electoral materials. And indeed, some other party agents from some other parties said the same thing. They said, no, it was just a mere misunderstanding, but eventually, they deployed materials in Bori, and voting started at the time I left there to return to Bera, where I had been earlier. And at Bera, I saw one of the governorship candidates, Senator Magnus Abbey, votes, and he left, and it was a smooth process right there. I haven't witnessed anything untoward so far during my tour of the states, especially in Ogoniland, in River Southeast Senatorial District, where I've been all through since morning.
All right, Charles, I know that from Gokana or Kana, where you're coming from, you should have passed through maybe Tai and Eleme, and then passed through Obiakpo, some part of Obiakpo, yes, Rumola, artillery area down to Port Harcourt. So you have a fair understanding of like 4 local governments just because you transited all the way from Gokana down to Port Harcourt. So what did you see on your way from this local government, Tai, Eleme, Obiakpo, and now to Port Harcourt local government?
Yes, you are absolutely correct. If you are heading towards Ogoni area, which is in River Southeast Senatorial District, you will definitely have to pass through Eleme local government area, Tai local government area, Gokana local government area, and Kana local government areas. Of course, I took off from Obiakpo local government area, where the headquarters of INEC is. In some places, the very first place I stopped at was a place called Nteo village in Eleme. At the time when I got there, which was at about 8:30, 8:35 a.m., no electoral materials had arrived at that moment. I think I filed that report in at the time, and I spent like 10, 15 minutes there interacting with some of the community, members of the community, and they were patient. They said, yes, they know that it's not an easy process deploying, but they were very, very optimistic that the materials would come because they were in touch with their colleagues at the RAC centers. And then, of course, I got to, like I said before, I got to Kana, I got to Gokana, and on my way back, I stopped at Alisa in Eleme local government area, where I saw voting happen. But one thing that struck me is the level of voter apathy. The level of voter apathy it's significant I mean, it's quite significant because I saw a lot of people playing football on the roads. The roads are empty. So you would along Akpajo area of Port Harcourt, you would see people. They will mount tires in the center of the road, young boys, playing football. And there was a place where I stopped to observe what was happening. I saw an elderly woman talking to them and asking them to go and vote. And they were just very despondent. They were saying their votes wouldn't count, and so there was no need for them to go out and vote, and they are here to play football, So I witnessed this a couple of times at about 3 different places in the city. But in the villages, the situation was a bit different. Yes, there was voter apathy, but I did not really see people, playing football while voting was happening. So that is the situation here in River State, the places where I covered, River Southeast.
All right, Charles, our eyes on River State, as you know, of course, like every part of the country, but we'll get back to you for more development. So just keep safe and keep watching and keep giving us the information that you have available to you. Let's bring it back to the studio. To Oluwatobi, you've seen everything that has happened, the security issue in Lagos, and of course, we're expecting the Commissioner of Police to provide some answers at the end of the day. But you've also heard from Rivers State how things are panning out as well. So what are your thoughts, but especially when it comes to security?
Yeah, on the security issue, when the day started, I started on a very optimistic note because at the time, we had not started to see the sort of attacks that we've seen at this point. Just now, I'm receiving information from our observers that at least 7 of our observers on the field have been attacked in various states: Osun State, Akwa Ibom, Sokoto, and in Borno State as well. And we're now trying to contain that situation. And the worst thing that that could happen is that we now have a case where the eyes who are on the field, the media people, the journalists who are covering these things, have to now withdraw for their own safety. And there's no telling what will happen if there is no sort of third-party accountability going on. So it's important that the security services, show up and do something about that. And in many cases, these attacks happened because these observers were capturing videos and pictures of irregularities happening in vote buying, things like harassment of voters, and because they were doing that, observers are being attacked in various parts of the country.
Isn't it actually rather painful, Mr. Aribabu, that these things are happening right now? How significantly that will affect things? I guess this is something that we'll wait to see, but we'll come back to you. Wanted to take off the camera.
Yes, I did. And this is Dr. Dukawa, what I mentioned earlier. What is the essence then of the signing of the peace accord?
Yes, that reminds me about the peace accord. Actually, the peace accord has become a mere ceremony. Actually, there has not been any evidence that somebody has been punished for wrongdoing over the time that the peace accord has been signed. So as far as the electoral process is concerned, that peace accord needs to be given the attention it deserves by way of having a system of enforcement regarding any infringement on the covenant made during this thing. But this is to underscore my first point, that this is about the electoral process, and there is no way we can achieve the desired level of electoral process, I mean in terms of its acceptability and excellence, until and unless we have good governance. So, so while we are working towards improving the electoral process through the voter education, through the activities and discharge of role by stakeholders, especially INEC and security agencies, through enforcement of the terms and conditions of the peace accord, but then we really need to pay attention to good governance. So long as politicians continue to have access to unlimited resources, which accrue as a result of non-performance, so long as the competition to that offices will be a cutthroat competition, and therefore we need to really attack the situation, that is, address the situation from the two fronts.
Mr. Abubakar Jos, we've been talking about the fact that we need to call out security agencies to up their game and all. But these agents that are being talked about, they are agents of political parties. Is there a way that the authorities of the different political parties, particularly the prominent ones, can call their wards or their authorities or whatever layers of authority to call them and ask them to do the needful in the interest of Nigeria. This process happens just once in 4 years. Mr. Abubakar Jos.
Thank you very much, Ayo. If you look at it, an average politician is self-centered. When we talk about Nigeria, for instance, because they're mostly just concerned about the end, not a means to the end. That is, let the end justify the goals. That is the way they've mostly been doing things. Because if that is not the situation, you will be surprised that the leading political parties that we're talking about presently, one way or the other, they've been part of the same party all along. Because what are we talking about? The two major political parties, the APC, the PDP, gave birth to other opposition parties that exist as of this moment. So if you look at it from that angle, they signed a peace accord and they've expressed commitment that they're going to abide by the peace accord. But on while the action is ongoing, I mean, out on the field, we realize that it's totally different from what they are doing. What are we talking about? The security.
Just one moment, if you can speak to this as well. We've often asked, Channels Television often asked the question, there's one set of people that signed the peace accords, whether or not it percolates the peaceful intentions to which the principals signed, percolates down the ladder. That's another conversation, isn't it?
Yes, that does happen because there has never been a situation. Let's go back since 1999 to date. Has there been any situation whereby any chieftain of a political party has been prosecuted for acts being done by their party? We've seen it in Kenya. Whereby even the sitting president was taken to ICC to answer criminal charges. But we've never had that in Nigeria, because you just find out that at the end of the day, immediately after the result of the election is announced, and the winner is the president-elect, the governor-elect, the House of Assembly member-elect, the next thing you start seeing is congratulatory messages. We are not evaluating and interrogating how this came about. We are not looking at who does what and what should be done. On most occasions, those that are facing electoral offenses, crime, they are mostly the thugs, not the real political gladiators. So when we have that, how will it not repeat itself? Just about 3 weeks ago, we had a situation, we had the presidential and the National Assembly election, just about 3 weeks ago. And we saw what happened in that situation. So what is the difference from what the security agents have been able to put in place from 3 weeks ago and what we have on ground now? So the quarrel is, or the crux of the matter is the fact that the political gladiators are never brought to book to account for their acts.
Well, that's a salient point to make there, Mr. Abubakar Jos. But let me bring it back to Lagos here in our studio and talk to Mr. Aribabu. Well, you've been listening and definitely angling to speak, and I'm almost certain you're getting reports from here and there as well. Where do we go from here? Because one of the questions that comes to my mind is how significantly or not this entire conversation we've had so far questions the legitimacy and the progress that we have made. 20 years now, 24 years into this Fourth Republic.
Yeah, it's quite disheartening. Definitely, these reports from here and there affect the legitimacy, at least in the eye of the people. Perhaps in the eye of the law, it might be said that it's not significant enough. But your colleague mentioned earlier, what quantum do we measure what is significant? I mean, this whole thing that we're saying it's caused to question the legitimacy of the process. And it's quite unfortunate. And I agree with Mr. Abubakar Jos that the fact is that because there's impunity, because nobody really gets to account, if you just punish a few people, thugs can actually take the rap. They can go to jail for a fee. But we need people of substance, so-called, people of substance who fund some of these things to actually be brought to book. And personally, I think that signing peace accord really is an insult to us as a people. What we need is proper law enforcement. What we need is to actually prosecute election crime committers. What we need is a system that disabuses impunity. We need people to pay for the crimes that they cause or the crimes that they sponsored. We are really never going to get to the main guys at the top unless on a very rare situation. But there are people who are heavily invested in the election process, who are heavily invested in the violence. Some of them you're seeing either by video, some of them by their statements, some of them by statements of those who have been arrested.
Well, that raises another question, Mr. Haribaba, and I'm pretty sure that our next guest will be talking to that. But for now,
yes. Now let's head back to Kano with our guests. We're having our closing moments with our guests, Dr. Saidu Dukawa and also Mr. Abdul Latif Abubakar Jos. And this is to get your closing moments, as you know, your final thoughts on this process, on your expectations as well. We've heard some of our guests talk about this is a transient democracy, and this is part of the process, the learning, and also some of the things that we're gaining from this. But then, what would be those concluding thoughts? This is as we wrap up, the elections today. Dr. Dukawa, let's begin with you.
Yes, actually, when you look at the entire process, you can still give a pass mark regarding what's happening. Surely the issues that are raised that are of concern, are of serious concern that need to be addressed. But overall, we can say we are making progress, because when you compare the kind of, shall we say, fear that was exercised before the election, before the day of the election, and what is being reported during the day of the election, you will see that there is a great deal of separation of all those fearful tendencies. So while we are recording progress, we actually need to keep on thinking of how best to improve the system. We need to now set our mind regarding the outcome of the election. In fact, once the elections are concluded and outcome announced, then what follows actually is what will determine the final listing. So I think acceptance of the outcome of the election is one thing which needs to be considered seriously in the next couple of years. Especially that peace accord should include something that will cover acceptance of outcome of result, because the kind of competition that is going on also threatens the outcome of the result. So much so that the competing parties, each is thinking of winning necessarily. So, and that is also an aspect that needs to be addressed. So overall, if we succeed in crossing this bridge, I think we can say kudos to our democracy.
To you, Mr. Abubakar Jos.
Thank you very much. You see, when we look at it, our democracy is nascent, because we started in 1999. Vis-a-vis, we are growing. But nevertheless, we shouldn't always live under the cloud of we are growing. We should be able to reassess anomalies so that tomorrow will be much better than what we're having today. For instance, when we talk about the process, the introduction of the beavers, the introduction of the IREV, the introduction of so many technology to improve the process of the electoral system is very good and commendable. When we look at even the security apparatus being put in place, but what we need to look at is we sign peace accord, we sign peace agreement. Those are signed, just like Ayo said, those that signed the peace accord are not the same people that commit the electoral offenses on the field, because those that committed the electoral offenses on the fields are mostly those that are arrested are mostly the political thugs. But what about the gladiators? We should have a situation whereby the peace accord should be effected to the latter, whereby any infringement, there should be people that will account for what they've done, that is their action. If we can have that, it will reduce the level of impunity that we mostly have in our polity. Thank you very much.
Thank our guests in our Kano studios, Dr. Saidu Ahmad Dukawa, Lecturer, Department of Political Science, Bayero University, and yourself, Abdul Latif Abubakar Jos, public commentator, publisher, Sunday-based online newspaper, Kano. Thank you both for joining us today.
I am most obliged.
Thank you for having me on.
Well, very interesting. Well, let's ask Mr. Wilson Enolegu about this whole, who is still with us. Well, you heard, I'm pretty sure you did, Mr. Arigbabu talking about the fact that hitherto there hasn't been consequences for, should I say, consequences for bad behavior, especially concerning this whole electoral process. Consequently, anything, that happens, the people who are committing this heinous crimes will just continue simply because nothing has been done. Now, we know that, it's always that back and forth between the police and the Independent National Electoral Commission about electoral offenses and all, but it is also the reason why these things continue to happen. We're going to do it, nothing is going to come out of it, and then it just continues. So what would be your recommendation, especially concerning this one? We shouldn't just let this one slide.
Yeah, you're not too loud. But if I got you right, I didn't quite. Can you come a bit louder?
Well,
if you don't mind.
Consequences for electoral offenses over time. Mr. Babu mentioned it the other time. So should we also let this one slide as well? Because it's been happening.
Yeah. There should be consequences for electoral offenses, particularly violence. But we've got to deal with the legislation, because the situation we have today is the police will investigate and INEC will prosecute. I think that's a little bit cumbersome. I think the police should conduct in-depth investigation into every electoral offense, be it vote buying or committing violence and being involved in conspiracy to commit electoral violence. And I think if we have in-depth investigation, we're able to go to the very root. And if we get to the root, we look at whoever is connected either remotely or otherwise, and action is taken against such persons. Because if we don't do that, we're going to have repeated events. What has just happened will have other effect. And the way to stop it is to nip it in the bud, that these guys who come out should not be allowed to carry out violence. And when should they carry it, and arrests are made, they must be made to face the full wrath of the law. If we do that, we are going to change the narrative. Otherwise, it will be repeated. People will carry money to the polling station, buy votes, nothing happens. People go kill, and then it's so weak in dealing with it. But in doing this, and I think there should be active messaging by the security forces to the public to talk about the effects and consequences of such conduct. If we do that, we are going to make our communities safer. I think in addition to having other legal consequences, we've got to carry a lot of messaging to the public, because some of these people who do this, they are poor, and these privileged elites take advantage of them, give them money, very small money to go and cause havoc. Some of them don't even know the consequences of this action. So we need proper education.
That you've taken into the conversation, Mr. Enalegu, and I sincerely hope that both the lawmakers who are returning and the ones who are coming into the National Assembly will understand the enormity of their job descriptions and perform accordingly. But Geoffrey, we need to go to Ogun State, right?
Yes, we understand. Chris Ilems is standing by to bring us some update from Ogun State. Chris, what has changed?
Nothing much has changed. We left Abeokuta and now we are in Obafemi Owode local government area. This is actually Ajura ward, and if you go look at the time, it's past 2:30, and in this ward they are ready to start sorting, collating, and of course counting of the ballots. For a lot of them here, they've given kudos to INEC for doing a yeoman's job this time around. I spoke with a few of them who said that they came in here as early as possible, and of course the polling booths were already getting set up. They started in good time at 8:30 a.m. and right now it's 2:30. They are ready to start counting. Actually, earlier on when I came, someone asked me, I think it was you, Jeffrey, why a lot of movement at the background. Every hour actually unfolded a lot of events, because just after that interview, a lot of security presence, became scattered just across the state. There were a lot of them. All the junctions were blocked, and so movements were completely restricted. I'm talking about members of the police, the armed forces. They were all out to ensure that no movement, so that movement was fully restricted. And well, it's been quite peaceful. It's been quite peaceful, except in a few of the wards where we saw people writing names, and we really didn't know what they wanted to do with that. But you see party agents in some of the wards writing names, and a lot of people felt that it was just a precursor to vote buying. Then somewhere around Remo, that we came around Remo as well, and some arrests were made from time to time, of people with food items. I remember there was a vehicle that was stopped, like a minivan that was stuffed with food stuff. The police actually arrested that vehicle because they felt it was going to be used for vote buying as well. And just some little, flashes of challenges, conflict here and there, But then, largely, it was peaceful. We have Ajayi is with me. Ajayi actually voted at Jura Ward, and he came here as early as 8:30. You voted, Ajayi. Just give us an impression of what really happened today in this Ajura Ward.
Generally, it's been peaceful. The INEC officials, they came earlier enough, around 8:30 in the morning, and accreditation started as early as 8:30. So people came, people trooped out, they voted and they left. A lot of people didn't stay here. It's only few that are staying after voting. So they stayed. Polling booth one, it was peaceful. Generally, I would say it is peaceful, credible, it is fair. So the only challenge that I can say about polling booth 2 is the beavers, after voting for some time, the beavers stopped working for like 2-3 hours. They called their technicians, engineers, they came, they rectified it, and it was working perfectly. So people started voting again. So the voting continues. All I can say generally is that the election is peaceful. It's peaceful, very, very peaceful.
Okay, I can see that sorting has actually started. I'm sure Soji would be able to give us what is actually happening at the moment. Sorting has started, and very soon they would start counting. I spoke with one of the POs here who said that this time around they got more people coming out to vote. That unlike the presidential election where they recorded about 113 in one of the polling booths here, that today they've counted as much as 180 persons that came out to vote in the same polling booth. So right now you can see some of the party agents, they are actually looking at what is happening at the moment. There are two of the polling booths in this ward, in this polling zone, Ajura ward, in Opafemi Owode local government area. So, Soji, you just help us. Let's have a bit of what is happening here.
So I guess those are, pictures of the sorting that's ongoing. We can see the INEC staff there bringing out the ballot papers and people around waiting and watching the process. Someone asked me, saying that is staying part of making your vote count?
Oh, yes.
Staying there, perhaps 300 miles away.
Yeah, it's the Nigerian that is now policing their own votes. Well, Chris, thank you so much for your reporting. We'll definitely come back to you in the course of time. But we have a number of grounds to cover, Chris, just before we go here.
Yes, so
a couple of other things are happening around us, Chris. So don't worry, we'll still come back to you. I'm certainly we'll come back to you in a little while. But right now we need to.
We must say that the exercise is expected to have ended.
Yeah,
at several polling units. This is already to 3.
But for as long as there are people on the queue.
Yes, I'm saying expected as well, because for the National Assembly, for instance, the state assemblies, so the numbers may not be quite large for certain places. We should, in the next few hours, we have a call of who won and who did not.
Yeah, but
I think crucially also all eyes will now be on IREV. I'm just really looking forward to that.
My IREV is open.
It is already.
Okay. Well, it's still reading 0.
No, of course, it has to read 0.
We're having more updates. Let's quickly go to our correspondent Shola Shuele, who's also bringing us this update in Lagos.
Say that they got here this morning only to be told that their polling booths had been moved outside all 8 polling booths, all 8 polling units, with 2 others that were traditionally outside. All 10 have now been moved to outside of the VGC estate. They complained that they were not comfortable with the process, with this outcome, because it could be hijacked by elements, it could be hijacked by anybody, and they were not comfortable voting outside of the estate. And that was the situation. No side was backing down. INEC was not backing down. The residents were not backing down. The INEC officials stayed outside of the gate, insisting that that was where elections were going to take place. And the residents also did not back down. This was the situation until about 1 p.m. when the INEC rec for Lagos, Mr. Segun Agbaje, got here and addressed the residents. They brought him here to the park and showed him the arrangements that they had put in place to ensure that the process went smoothly. And apparently convinced, he told them that voting could start at 2 p.m. and end at 7 p.m. Now, there are concerns about whether there won't be disenfranchisement of voters when you have about 6,000 voters to vote within a period of 5 hours. But for now, the residents have spoken to themselves. They've agreed that they should at least start voting. And when 7 o'clock comes, we'll take it from there. It's a developing story, and we'll keep you updated with more information as we get them. Shola Shieli, Channels Television.
Well, thank you so much, Shola. Well, that is that and a number of other things that we'll most certainly bring to you. But we understand that there is a guest standing by for us in Canada.
Yes, indeed. We'll be soon be joined by Mr. Aminu Sani Mohammed. He's an election observer with the Nigeria Bar Association. He'll be talking to us about his experience in Kano in a short while. But I'm wondering, with all of this that's happening, what's happening on social media? Because I know for the presidential election, there was, the whole gamut of information online. We talked about disinformation, misinformation. Dr. Oluwatola, what do you think is happening online? What are your sources? What are they saying?
So thank you very much for that question. There's a lot of hysteria online about the security situations, and there's a lot of disinformation happening as well. We saw yesterday or late yesterday the disinformation around some party candidates stepping down or being asked to step down by the Supreme Court, which we now know was false. And so people have to be vigilant with what they see online and what's happening online. But altogether, the tone online seems to be quite grim about the security situation across the country, and in some cases justifiably so.
Yeah, but I want to ask you both gentlemen a question the other time, and I think it's something that had to do with what Mr. Enolegu said concerning the elections. And so we have more than 176,000 polling units all over the nation. However, if we divide each state's polling units, one will have, say, 5,000, the others will have 8,000, some less than that. No.
Some more than that.
Some more, some less. Now, the question is around the validity or authenticity or credibility of the election in terms of the population of votes that remain valid, given all these reports that we are having.
Yeah.
Excuse me. What percentage of votes cast or not will invalidate the entire process in a particular state? Jeffrey earlier on was telling us that in some states, the process was suspended and all of that. At what point are we likely to get to that so that politicians and their cronies will know that there is consequence for every action?
Absolutely. I think that there is certainly a provision where there is severe suppression for the INEC collation officer to reschedule voting in certain areas. And when it doesn't do that, the parties can go to court to get an injunction to say that there's been significant enough suppression to warrant.
So that is on the political parties.
On the political parties.
Okay.
It's on
Let's quickly go back to
Ogun State.
A colleague Ogun State in Ogun State, Chris Illens. Yes, Chris, I told you we would come back to you, so here we are. What's new?
Oh, okay. Right now, the sorting has started, as we told you earlier on. You see from behind me, these are some of the party agents. They are actually waiting. I met one of them, Ajayi, who voted as early as 8 a.m. or 8:30, but has waited till this time. Ajayi is standing with me. Ajayi, you waited till this time. Just give me a reason why you had to wait.
Basically, I must say that I have to wait because of the fact that I think this is my civic responsibility, and I think I just have to come here and vote, and I believe that my vote will count.
We learned that in some polling units there were issues of vote buying. Did you experience that here?
Basically, I must confess, beyond every reasonable doubt, that we didn't have such occurrence here.
Though, are you real? Because you must confess beyond all reasonable doubt. I want to be sure. I mean, is there an underlying statement?
I can tell you in clear terms, if we've had issues like vote buying and all that, I am very sure my fathers and my mothers that are here will have raised issues, and nobody will want such to happen in his world. So I must tell you that by and large, we've never recorded any form of vote buying in any form, be it food items, be it in cash, be it in anything.
But did you hear that in some places there were vote buying?
Well, I can say specifically that I didn't hear, but over the social media, I've been able to go on Facebook and all that. I learned that in some places, arrests were made and not all stuff like that. So I might not be able to, in social media we have some stories that are true, and at the same time we have stories that are not true. So I cannot really say, I cannot verify that the information whether there are vote buying or not.
All right, thank you so very much. So one of the voters from Ajura Ward who actually stayed from the, early morning when he voted, he stayed till this time and is waiting for the voting or the counting to begin. It's already started. I would just want you to look at it briefly. I hope my cameraman can see what is happening right now. Maybe we should just, I'll just keep quiet a little, and so you can hear what is happening at the background. So sorting already going on. Here they recorded much more than they did during the presidential election. They recorded more people voting here, and also with the second polling booth in this Ajura ward.
Well, we're hoping that
quite a process.
We're hoping. I was actually hoping that we could get Chris, the cameraman, to get as close as possible. So at least on television today, right here, we'll be able to get live pictures of sorting and counting.
I think we're coming back and forth, but then we are following what's going on there in that particular ward where our correspondent is Chris Elems, and we'll come back to him. But the other things happening in other parts of Lagos, and this is following protests of voter suppression. Residents of the Onireke area, this is opposite Ojo Cantonment, they've taken to the streets to protest the attacks they face in the hands of alleged thugs. This is an eyewitness video. Members of the crowd can be seen there and also heard in a short while. Chanting, "We must vote," in what seems to be an attempt at resisting disenfranchisement.
I just want to talk to Dr. Oluwatola. Can you speak to the resilience of people vis-a-vis the security threats that people are experiencing in parts of the state and across the country?
Yeah, I think the people are really standing up to it in many parts of the country. As you can see in that video, people coming out to say we must vote, and I think that's a positive thing for our democracy. And there are parts of the country, and I also must comment on this, where we see that in some cases the attack on the people is by the security agents themselves. We had a case where someone was arrested in Oyo State, one of the media observers, and we're working to have him released now. And I think it's important to stress that the police committed to protecting the people and not to being tools of the powers in the parties in power. And we've got to continue to resist and flag when that happens, because it's important that what's supposed to protect you doesn't become your biggest enemy.
Well, we understand that the vote counting has begun, as you can see right there in Ogun State. But while that is going on, Mr. Babu, these issues that you have raised, what's your I know that you have a thing or two to say.
Yeah, so
just 1 second, let's hear what's going on right now.
It's number 26. It's number 27. It's number 28. It's number 29. It's number 30. ADP, ADP number 1. Just one. For HHC, it's number 1, it's number 2. For HDC, we have HDC number 1, HDC number 2, HDC number 3, HDC number 4, HDC number 5, HDC number 6, HDC number 7, HDC number 8, HDC number 9, HDC number 10, HDC number 11, HDC number 12, HDC number 13, HDC number 14, HDC number 15, HDC number 16, HDC number 17, HDC number 18, HDC number 19, HDC number 20, HDC number 21, HDC number 22, HDC number 23, HDC number 24, HDC number 25, HDC number 26, HDC number 27, HDC number 28, HDC number 29, HDC number 30, HDC number 31, HDC number 32, HDC number 33, HDC number 34, HDC number 35, HDC number 36, HDC number 37, HDC number 38, HDC number 39, HDC number 40, HDC number 41, HDC number 42, HDC number 43, HDC number 44, HDC number 45.
Well, that's it's a process that it's still continuing. We'll go back to it in a bit, but we have to close this segment at this time. Well, Mr. Aribabu, your counsel at this juncture. Yeah. I can't ask for one sentence. I will only give you 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. Counsel, like you said, appeal. And first it will be to INEC. Please, you appear to be ticking the right boxes. But please, this is where it gets really interesting because we are going to the rack and then your IRF should not fail you. And if you have problem with it, please communicate. I'm happy that the Lagos rep went to resolve the VGC. So INEC should be up and doing, should be, But for the police, please help arrest the situation in most of the places and at least get evidences through which we can prosecute electoral offenders.
Okay, Dr. Oluwatola.
3 weeks ago, the big gap in credibility for the elections was the IREV, and a lot of people felt like anything could have happened between their polling units and when elections were announced. So for this year, this cycle, a few civil society organizations led by Enough is Enough have put together a platform where citizens can go and upload the results from your polling unit and also compare with what comes out of IREV. So it's called ootcresults.com. So go there, upload your results, and compare what IREV comes out, and let's work together to make our elections accountable.
All right. That's quite some work. But we have to thank you, gentlemen, for being a part of our conversation this morning. Dr. Toby Oluwatola is Executive Director, Center for Journalism, Innovation and Development. Thank you so much for your time, as well as Sulaiman Arigbabu, who is Secretary General, Header Resource Center. We truly appreciate your time this morning. Well, we leave you with this process ongoing in Ogun State.
Indeed, the counting there. Of course, the conversation continues. The 2023 verdict. Still looking forward to getting your pictures.
Say thank you to the AIG Wilson in Alago.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Well, that's it for us, but the verdict continues. I'm Jeffrey Uzongo.
I'm Millicent Walker.
And I'm Aya Makinde. Please stay with us. More to come. Let's go back to Ogun State.
PDP number 22. PDP number 23. PDP number 24. PDP number 25. PDP number 26. PDP number 27. PDP number 28. PDP number 29. PDP number 30. PDP number 31. PDP number 32. PDP number 33. PDP number 34. PDP number 35. PDP number 36. PDP number 37. PDP number 38. PDP number 43. PDP number 44. PDP number 45. PDP number 46. PDP number 47. PDP number 48. PDP number 49. PDP number 50. PDP number 51. PDP number 52. PDP number 53. PDP number 54. PDP number 55. PDP number 56. PDP number 57. PDP number 58. PDP number 59. PDP number 60. PDP number 61. PDP number 62. PDP number 63. PDP number 64. PDP number 65. PDP number 66. PDP number 67. PDP number 68. PDP number 69. PDP number 70. PDP number 71. PDP number 72. PDP number 73. Okay, here with me I have extra APC. So we are going to be adding one with the number we have before. Yes, APC is now 31. I'm having APM number 1, APM number 2. I have NRM number 1. I have a code 1. Invalid number 1, invalid number 2, invalid number 3.
Okay, that's it.
All right, the counting still going on right here in Ajura Ward in Obafemi Owode local government area. Just about 2 invalid votes. I think the level of voter education is quite high here. They probably understood the game. They knew how to vote right. So far, so good. The counting would continue till they are completely done with everything that they have here. And the voters are waiting. They are going nowhere. They want to ensure that they see what to the end. And Ajayi is still very. Give us an idea of what you think, your impression about this exercise, the counting, the collation. This is what has kept you here since morning. This is past 3 o'clock already. That means you've spent more than 5-6 hours here. Now you've seen the collation, you've seen the counting. What's your impression? Just some of your impression of what you've seen today.
So far, so good. What I've seen so far, the counting to me is fair. The counting to me is okay because
what did you expect? Because it was quite transparent.
It was transparent, and the result is the people have spoken with their votes, and that's what we got here now. So
whatever happens here, you mean you just take it the way it is, right?
Because it is peaceful as far as I'm concerned.
Okay. Thank you. Was that governorship? Was that for governorship?
Yes.
Okay, so the next to be for the House of Assembly. Oh, it's all okay. That's it from here, from Ajura, Obafemi Owode local government area. We hope we're able to actually catch some other areas in the state. We want to leave here in the next 20 minutes or so. Units around that area as well. This is within the Ogun Central Senatorial District, and of course the people, just as you heard from Jai, that the people have spoken, and of course from here they would move on to their main collation center, and by the end of the day we should know who actually carried the day. This is Priscilla from
share how you feel and what you see about the processes and activities of the election. Send a well-taken photo of yourself with your PVC or even your inked finger after voting. Send to these social media handles using this hashtag or to our email 2023verdict@channelstv.com and be a part of the 2023 verdict coverage on Channels Television. Take a picture, vote, and be counted. The 2023 general election is here, and we want you to share with us how you feel and what you see about the processes and activities of the election. Send a well-taken photo of yourself with your PVC or even your inked finger after voting. Send to these social media handles using this hashtag or to our email 2023verdict@channelstv.com and be a part of the 2023 verdict coverage on Channels Television. Take a picture, vote, and be counted.
I got there this morning by something to 7, 2 minutes to 7. And then while I was there, I met few calls to get some people to bring seats for us so that we'll be able to sit down and canopy. And after some time, I saw one of the agents of a political party coming. I started making calls. After like 10 minutes, some talks came in. They came straight to me, telling me that we should forget about voting in our polling unit. That the polling unit is just the polling unit by Festac Link Bridge. That we are not going to vote. I asked him why. He said this Omo Igbo, that we can't vote in this place, that is not allowed, except if I want my car burnt or if I want to live here dead as a corpse. I said, okay. I turned my car facing the exit. They came and started breaking my car. They hit with their big stick. They hit me and broke my hip. They broke my mirror too. We equally went back there and they started beating me. Slapping me and hitting me. Is that how we're going to be one Nigeria? One can't be allowed to exercise his right as a citizen to vote. It's wrong. It's very bad. I don't like it.
So we got the under bridge. They say we should go back, that this is not our estate, that we are not going to vote there. So going back, some boys rushed me. I don't know if he has a stone with him. He hit me on the head. I started seeing blood. I have to fight back. So this is the blood on my body. So we met some staff. I don't know if they are INEC staff. They have some badge on them. They said, okay, that we should go back. We should leave them for now and go back. Now vote in my regime, but we should just go back.
The funny thing for she, they are driving away Labour Party supporters. They are flogging them and saying, if you can't vote APC, you go home. That's the situation here in Ifoshi Council wards, HGO.
Look at the cane in their hand. They are chasing people, flogging people, asking them to go home if they don't want to vote APC in a polling unit in Ifoshi ward, Falana Road. That's the situation on ground right now. Look at them with the cane. Look at the man on the white cap with the cane, flogging people, chasing people away. That if you don't want to vote for APC, you go home. I think this election is to be cancelled. Nothing else to do, because they are depriving people of their rights. They are not allowing people to vote, to exercise their civic rights. This is what is going on right now. Okafa Ejibo, what? Ifoshi, cancel what? Falana Road, polling units.
The 2023 general election is here, and we want you to share with us how you feel and what you see about the processes and activities of the election. Send a well-taken photo of yourself with your PVC or even your inked finger after voting. Send to these social media handles using this hashtag or to our email 2023verdict@channelstv.com and be a part of the 2023 verdict coverage on Channels Television. Take a picture, vote, and be counted.
For me, I want a leadership that is tested. Where we are today should not be guided by sentiments. Sentiments, and I made this in a statement. Sentiments are fine if it throws up the best amongst us, but sentiments purely for the sake of sentiments, where we are today, it wouldn't work. If you have a good leader, you don't really care. It could be Chinese, but if he delivers, right? I'd rather have a Chinese man lead us who can deliver than my brother, whom I'm not sure will take us anywhere. Democracy is a process. It's a long process, and it can be disconnected at any time. And we've seen it in even stronger democracies. The strength of a democracy is dependent on the judiciary, right? And the judiciary has to be firm, really firm, so that even if you get away with it this time, you know that next time you won't get away with it.
It's a time for us as a people to see and to understand that this process is not meant to be a process of violence. Election that leads to a democratic process is the best form of a validation of what true democracy should be about. And so I want to reiterate again that this contest is about peace, is about progress, is about prosperity for our state and our country at large. And I want you all, gentlemen of the press, to continue to preach and to advocate for everyone to have the right to be able to express themselves freely, fairly, and transparently. I'm indeed happy driving here this morning that everywhere in the city looks calm. But there are a few disturbing videos that we've also seen where some parties, I'm told that they were doing one or two things which it's not verifiable, so I'm not going to talk about it, right? But truly, really, it's just to say that I'm excited and I'm happy to be here. And I want to ask that all of our voters, all of our citizens should just remain vigilant. You know, if you see anything, say something, and just all let's come out, you know, and exercise our right freely, devoid of any form of acrimony or any form of protest or any form of intimidation. That is not acceptable as a government.
All right, thanks for staying tuned. It's the 2023 verdict state elections. Good afternoon. My name is Ladi Accreditation. A warm welcome to this segment. And I have with me
Yes, indeed. A warm welcome to you as well. I am Bukola Samuel Wemimo.
It's been a very eventful day already, and we're hearing all sorts of things, various reports from various parts of the country. In some places, voting started very early. In some others, they were late. Some of the polling officers were waiting for transport to be able to get to the polling units. And then, of course, you saw Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu there talking about the situation in Lagos, which from the reports that we have is not absolutely salutary.
Indeed. Well, he's the incumbent, so we hope that he gets, situation report, more clarity on what exactly is happening so that he can take, the necessary decisions that he has to take in that regard. But then again, the reports that we're getting gives one a sense of deja vu, really, only that the challenges appear to be on a larger scale this time around as against what transpired 3 weeks ago in the presidential election. We've had, cases of snatching of ballot boxes, snatching of the BVAS machine, and that speaks also to the adequacy or inadequacy in this case now of police officers that are supposed to provide cover for polling officers during this exercise. But it appears that there's a serious gap in so many aspects of the elections. But well, as the case may be, the process has been concluded by now in most parts of the country, and we're looking ahead. Regardless,
we are looking ahead, and of course, our colleagues in our Abuja studios are also joining us. I know that Chamberlain and Maukbe are on there, and
Nyota, yeah.
Indeed. Good afternoon, guys. Not much happening in Abuja, but you're keeping tabs on everything everywhere else, just like we are.
Well, yes, we are. But is this really a democracy? That's the question a lot of people kept asking me on my way here. I didn't have answers for them, of course. But yes, indeed, from here, we'll be bringing you scenarios, developments across the country, as it were, and then taking you through the state assemblies, the elections going on there, the governorship elections. Yes, we'll bring you all of those as well. Welcome to the 2023 verdict, state elections, our continuing coverage of the general elections which began in February. I'm Chamberlain, Uso.
Indeed, welcome. Almost for once, I'm kind of happy that Abuja doesn't have elections. I used to advocate back in the days that perhaps Abuja should have a mayor, but looking at what has happened in some places across the country, it might just be as well that we don't have any of such. So welcome to our continuing coverage. I'm Welcome, Yusuf.
Welcome indeed. The fact that every 4 years we go through this cycle, the hope of birthing a leadership that will make a difference for the next 4 years. It's a process that continues, and it can't stop unless we do not want a democracy anymore. But of course, everybody wants a democracy. But then it also points to one thing: the institutions that help to cement the democracy need to be looked into, or they need to look into themselves and decide whether they want to stand on the side of democracy or they want to stand on the other side. Because the news going around, news from the different parts of the country. In some parts, for instance, news from some parts of the country have vote buyings happening. Some other places is obstruction of voting, still snatching of ballot, burning of ballot boxes. Come on, this is what we have to go through every 4 years.
Well, it's what's playing out at the moment. So we have our men in the field just bringing all the details as much as they can. But let's see if we could just give you a pictorial representation of what to expect today. As yes, our colleagues did highlight, Abuja is not having any elections, but right from February, when we had the presidential election, yes, that was the key one. Then the state elections. So we'll have 28 governorship seats, which will be up for grabs. We're going to have 993 state assembly seats, which will also be hotly contested, keenly contested in several states, as we also have seen 1,021 constituencies is where all of this will be going on. So we'll bring you a lot of those breakdown as we progress here today on the program. But we do have our correspondents. I think Dari is somewhere in Oyo. He's also on ground talking to the electorate, INEC officials there to see where they are, what's happening. Let's see if we could just cross over to him at the moment to give us an update on what is going on where he is. Hello, Dari. Okay, so he's not there. So let's take a look at that graphical representation now, if we have it. So just put that in perspective. The states that will be going for the elections. Okay, well, we don't have Dari, our correspondent, but we do have Tope Ekute. He is in the East, bringing us up to date in Abia State specifically, because don't forget, Imo is not having any governorship elections, so he had to just go over there. So Tope, what's happening at the moment?
Take that jubilation. We are still going to change it. Eh? I'm not hearing anything for now. They will come to you. No, they will tell me now. I'm not hearing anything from them. They will come to him. They will tell him. So they press him down. You understand? So how will you hear? She will unmute the audio again for you. Once you unmute the audio, you know. Call her.
All right, let's get back to Lagos, where Ladi and Buki are also there.
All right, thank you, Chamberlain. Indeed, we are here. Of course, all our correspondents from across the country have already reported this morning, talking about the situation report in very many of the states, how early voters got there, how early materials got there, how early the officials themselves got there, and how quickly voting started, and all of that. So we have a great deal of information, even as it is, but then there are still events unfolding. And for many people, I believe they would say this is the critical moment when you stop voting and you start the collating and the counting.
Very important point about critical moment, because the process hasn't been concluded in some parts. And during the post-mortem of the presidential election, 3 weeks ago, INEC acknowledged certain challenges to the extent that their officials did not arrive on time in some parts of the country. As much as acknowledging that some recs deliberately delayed, and INEC has called some resident electoral commissioners to question on that. So in this exercise, there is an intense scrutiny on that process, such that INEC officials must abide by the guidelines. And the INEC boss did emphasize that where there was a delay in the arrival of ad hoc staff, polling officers at a particular polling unit, voting hours should be extended. We had a correspondent report from Victoria Garden City about the
Lagos,
delay in the arrival of some INEC officials. So at that polling unit, we will be watching to see if INEC officials abide by the guidelines by extending polling time. I think Shola mentioned 6,000 voters.
Voters expected to vote between 2 and
7 p.m.
Whereas the voting hours are supposed to be 8:30 to 2:30.
To 2:30. That would be a miracle if 6,000 voters will be able to cast their ballots. And this must be seen also across board, across all states of the federation. So it doesn't seem as if there's a preferential treatment given to some parts of the country and it is denied other parts of the country. So we'll keep our eyes on that aspect of the process.
We will indeed, even as we continue to monitor the situation in various parts of the country. Dare Idowu, who Chamberlain talked about a little bit earlier that we couldn't get hold of. I think Dare now is ready. Dare Idowu, where exactly are you and what's the update?
Thank you very much. I'm at Ikolaba High School here in Ibadan North in Oyo State. Of course, I'm aware that we're following this story across the nation, 28 states. And again, before this election, Oyo has been marked as one of the battleground states where the election will be keenly contested. And we've seen that in almost everywhere we've gone to. So we started, the day started off here because this is a super rack. At this particular center, INEC officials, materials were mobilized from this point, a lot of them from here. And after then, the setting up didn't take a lot of time because, again, there are 3 polling units here. This is Ward 5, there's Unit 2, Unit 39, and Unit 40. So let me give you an idea before I bring in someone I'm going to be talking to. What is going on in the background that I think you can see on the camera right now is the sorting and counting has started. This particular polling unit, Ward 5, Unit 039, the election started quite early, 8:30 at the exact time people started voting, because even before the electoral officers were able to set up the cubicle and everything, people were already on standby, waiting in line to cast their vote. So polls opened at 8:30, closed exactly at 2:30, and that is why at the moment sorting and counting has been going on, and that is what is going on there. But we've gone round town. We joined the police and the resident electoral commissioner of the state. We moved round just to assess the situation, security situation, because again, there's been one information or the other about whether the process has been going on quite smoothly in some axes. So the commissioner of police in the state said is very certain that they've been able to they've been able to nip it in the bud if there was any in the first place. Then we also had a chat with the resident electoral commissioner who promised that, again, this time around, the beavers have been working optimally, and they hope, because again, we can't assess the IRF just yet, but they hope, because of the fact that they've been able to assess what the performance of the beavers, that would also translate that the results portal would run optimally as well. So I've got an observer joining me at this point who has also gone around just to have a perspective of his own, what is found on the field. Please talk to us. Where did you go to, and what did you observe?
Well, we have been to Inara, we've been to Southwest, Northeast, Ibadan North, and some of our people are outside Ibadan, Oshogbo, Oyo, Saki, and so on. What we have seen so far, the election has been very peaceful. And INEC this time tried. In some of the places we went to, INEC came early, and the people came out to vote. And so far, so good. There are no issues of any violence anywhere. It has been very peaceful, and the people conducted themselves and did the voting in some of the places. As I'm talking to you now, some people have started counting, and those people know that their vote will count. We need to commend INEC for what they did in Oyo State, and Oyo State is very peaceful.
So, from your observation and from the report that you've got from the men on the field, so I would like to know, what are the reports, especially when it comes to security?
No, the security in Oyo State was perfect this time around. And most of the polling units, you see the security people on standby, even along the process of the street and so on. The security is very tight. The Commissioner of Police did very well to make sure there's enough security, and the security is perfect. So far, so good. We have not seen anybody that breached security in the state for the places we have been so far. I give kudos to the Commissioner of Police and all the good people of Oyo State who conducted themselves and came out to vote.
Yeah, thank you very much. You've heard it from an observer, and also from what we've also been able to observe from going around town. It's been peaceful so far, at least to some of the polling units we've been to. Back to studio.
I've got a question for you. From your own assessment, I mean, because during the last election, a lot was made about late arrival of materials. A lot was made about late arrival of materials. This time around, what was different? Was that different in any significant way from what we witnessed 3 weeks ago in where you are, Ikoloba High School in Ibadan?
Again, that's a very strong one, because I was going to talk about that. So I think a few factors may be responsible for that, especially when it comes to this election. From what we gathered at this particular center and all the polling units here, because this is a super rack and this was more like the distribution point where materials moved from. So it's more like a given. The setting up was quite early. The materials came quite early. So they were able to continue the voting. So we can't even compare that with the presidential election, because the process started and everything started quite smoothly here. So, but let me put that in. They've also noticed that there may be a bit of apathy because you cannot compare the number of voters. It seemed a lot more people were interested in the presidential election than this particular election. So before this, the counting and the sorting started here, they had to strike out a lot of unused ballot papers. And even people in the background were whispering, talking about the fact that you cannot compare the number of people who voted in that presidential election to this one. But at the polling units in this particular center, the distribution of material, the setting up and everything started quietly. And to other places we went as well, they said the process started early at 8:30, and that is why sorting and counting started by 2:30.
Indeed, Dare Idowu, thank you so very much for your reporting. Of course, we will return to you. I'm sure at about the time we begin to get the results, but do stay safe out there. Correspondent Dare Idowu.
Whether by accident or by design, it's surprising and also cheery to note that Ibadan has gone on, or your state in its entirety now, from the observers, account as well, has gone on peacefully.
Yeah, because it was one of the expected battlegrounds. But from everything we've heard so far, because the process, as you pointed out, is not over.
It's not over yet.
Yeah, so far, we have to keep emphasizing that.
Interesting, yeah. So we have another correspondent, Hajara Aliu, who's in Bauchi State.
But before Hajara Aliu, we want to go to Eitope Kutei, who you probably saw a little bit earlier on with some jubilation in his background, but he's back now, and Eitope Kutei is somewhere in Umahia North. Eitope Kutei, what is going on behind you? What was that jubilation about?
Good afternoon, laddie. It's nice seeing you again. Okay, I'm at Ama Onyekwere in Umaya North local government area of Abia State. And like you said, what you saw earlier by my right, they finished voting, they finished sorting, they were counting. And as usual, as they were counting, the voters were chanting the numbers of the votes being counted by the INEC officials, just like, 10, 11, 12. So immediately they finished counting the votes, the people were excited. Maybe the vote of the people, the person they voted for was the highest at that polling unit. But at this polling unit, at this ward, which is Ward 3, we have about 21 polling units scattered around this place. But the immediate ones here are about 4. The one there, 017, and the other one there, and they finished voting. They're also sorting. Counting will begin in few moments from now. So people are waiting and excited to want to see the results of their votes at this polling unit here by St. Michael's Primary School in Ama Onyekwere in Umaya North local government area of Abia State.
Mentioned that, of course, we have gotten to the stage of counting and possibly announcement of the results. But I want to take you back to ask about
yes.
the background to all of this. I mean, the entire process, starting from arrival. Some of the reports that we received from other places indicated a mixed bag. In some places, INEC officials arrived very early and were the ones waiting for the voters. In some parts of the country, the voters got there before them and they were the ones waiting for the INEC officials. What was the case where you were?
Okay, let me just give you a background to what happened this morning. You know, we traversed the 3 senatorial zones in Abia State today. We touched like some local governments in the 3 senatorial zones, and we left very early. But the thing is, for most places we visited, there was this experience of late arrival of materials. Some other places, like here, according to people here, the INEC officials arrived early. That's why they could finish voting early and counting is on now. So some other parts where we visited, there were this experience of late arrival of material, but not like they said, not like the presidential and national assembly election. There were experiences of late arrival. It wasn't as late, deep late as the presidential and national assembly election. So I think from everything we gathered, INEC improved on the timing and logistics. The problem faced during the National Assembly election, it's been worked on, and I think it wasn't really too much for the lateness this time around. And also, in the morning, we also saw the excitement of aged people, you know, women of 75, 77. They were eager to cast their vote at their polling units at Umaya North, where we visited. And their message to INEC is to ensure that this election is free, fair, and credible. And they're waiting to see the outcome of the election and to see that their votes count in this election.
Indeed, that is the expectation. Tokwe, speaking of reviews still, give us a sense of, you know, voter turnout in this election, particularly as against what transpired in the presidential election. Is it better or does it leave more to be desired?
Yeah, fantastic question. I can tell you that most of the places I visited, there were low turnout of voters. And even from the voters themselves, they say you can't compare the turnout of voters in this election with the one during the presidential election. They had more people come out to vote during the presidential and national assembly elections, more than this present governorship and state assembly election. And just like when I spoke to some people earlier too, they gave reasons that this is their farming season. So it's really affected the voter turnout. But like we've gone around to, even here, when I came here, I asked voters here and they said they can't compare the number of people that came out during the presidential and national assembly election with the number of people that are here today to cast their votes. But by and large, it's still a little bit okay.
That's it. Tokwe, thank you so much for your reporting. Of course, we'll keep with you on this. But as we are hearing these reports from Ibadan, from Dare Idowu in Ibadan, and from Tokwe Kute in Umaya, Tokwe, let me thank you. Thank you for your reporting. We'll get back to you when we actually have some results and possibly more jubilation. Thank you.
Maybe during the collation, yes.
Absolutely.
Yes, we'll
thank
be at
you.
the collation center.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, while all of this is happening, of course, Tokwe reporting from Umaya in Abia State, and before him, Dare Idowu reporting from Ibadan in Oyo State. Let's cross over the rivers, shall we, to the north, where our correspondent Hajara Aliu is in Bauchi. Hajara, good afternoon. What is happening where you are? First of all, start, of course, with where you are. Hajara. All right, we'll get back to Hajara in a moment. I understand that she's supposed to unmute. There's a mute button on the equipment she's using, which she's supposed to mute. But while we are getting all these reports, I mean, Here in Lagos, as we said at the start of this segment, there have been some disturbing reports about intimidation, violence, which you referenced when you talked about snatching of ballot boxes and intimidation of voters and all of that. Of course, that's been going on, and we can only hope as we continue to highlight that fact that all is not honky-dory in Lagos in particular. A lot of things have gone wrong.
Not at all, Ladi. Earlier on, we heard report, I think from Olu Phillips,
yes.
And we in fact saw the video of voters protesting in Ojo cantonment. It appears, during every election cycle, there are peculiar challenges of violence, of voter intimidation in those areas. I wonder if it's Alimoshona or Ojo and Ajeromi Felodu, where voters are unable to vote or there are reports of violence. We also saw Agor Palace Way as well. So
this is a highway
absolutely.
But let's put a pause on the discussion in Lagos. I understand Hajara is now ready. Hajara, good afternoon. And now I'm sure we are going to be able to hear you from Bauchi.
Good afternoon, Ladi. Sorry about that earlier. I'm at Circular Polling Unit in Yakubu Wanka, Bauchi Metropolis. What is happening right now is that counting is ongoing. The election here at this polling unit began as early as 8 a.m. So they are voting and counting is ongoing. You can see that people are jubilating, even though the counting is still ongoing. But there's a who is going to win this polling unit at the. I must say this, that the people of Bauchi have shown maturity in this election. We haven't reported any incidents of voters intimidation or anything of that kind. It's been peaceful so far, even though people thought that there was
from all indications, Hajara's audio is proving challenging. But of course, we did hear enough to know that, one, she said that the elections have been fairly peaceful, no acts of violence have been reported. I will most, of course, precede that with as at now, and that people have proved resilient, they behave with maturity, and that in very many places, the elections, the voting started on time, and that now they've gotten to the stage that's the situation in Bauchi. Of course, we will return to Hajara.
In fact, there's more to find out from Hajara, the demography of voting. I could see a lot of women in the background there, but we must pause the conversation for now, as you said.
And return to Abuja, where Chamberlain, Maupe, and Neota are chaffing to get into the conversation. So here it goes, guys.
Oh yeah, just to give a pictorial representation of what it does look like out there, all the images that have been shown, the ones you've seen, and probably the ones you'll be seeing much later. So we do have states where all of these elections will be holding. Well, yes, we did let you know earlier that in the FCT here, there will be none of those elections, but there are several other elections, as we did highlight. 24, 28 governorship seats will be up for grabs. Gentlemen, can we see all of those? And there you go. So, yeah, so 28 of those seats will be up for grabs. 993 state assembly seats, keenly contested. 1,021 constituencies will also be going on there. But if you look at that map and all of those states, so you see Osun, Ekiti, Ondo, Edo, Kogi, Anambra, Bayelsa. Those are the states where governorship elections will not hold today.
Prepaid ATM cards with the name Caroline Oladun.
But of course, state assembly elections will be holding
endowment scheme and cash.
Indeed, Chamberlain, just to remind our viewers once again, 91.8 million registered voters, 173,784 polling units the places where these elections are supposed to be held. I mean, you have already highlighted the fact that, you know, the states where these elections will not be holding are right there on the screen of our viewers. And I think we also see there the states where governorship elections will hold, states where governorship elections do not hold, and states where governors will be seeking re-election. 11 of them in total. I think we can move to the next slide now. Yes, highlighting that.
Oh, yeah. So talking about 11 governors who are seeking re-election into office. If you can see the states where that's happening, let me just go there. Bauchi, Borno, Gombe, Adama, Yobe, Nasarawa, Oyo, Ogun, Lagos, and Zamfara. These are the 11 governors who are seeking for re-election back into office.
You didn't miss out Kwara.
Oh, yeah. Did I?
Yes, you did.
I did miss
Well, the pictures are right there.
But the pictures are right here. You see the faces of those governors that are seeking re-election into office. It's interesting how these things go out. After 4 years, they're back in there racing again to see if they will be trusted again with that mandate by the people of the state, see if they can improve, so to speak, on whatever they did in the last 4 years. Chimlin, what do you think?
Well, I think I'm going to talk about the battleground states right now, which is the very next slide that's coming through. And you see the map will show you it's in red, actually. So you get to see Kano, Bauchi, Adamawa, Nasarawa, Oyo, Lagos, Delta, Rivers. So those states are where it'll be, I mean, you'll get to see a lot of interest. It is as a result of the personalities that are involved in those states. I mean, you already have seen a lot of visuals coming through from Lagos, but from what we saw in Bauchi, appears to be, I know people talk about the quiet before the storm, but in that case, considering how the electorates are conducted themselves, okay, but we all know that the Bauchi elections are usually, you need to look a lot deeper because it can be interesting. We've seen the incumbent governor, how he defeated the former governor. And so it's going to be, when you see how all of those things will play out, it will be really, really interesting because the current governor won not with many votes. At that time, he actually won, I think, about 7 local government areas with a wide margin. And then the governor who he defeated won 13 local governments with a slim margin. So that's how dramatic it will be. I mean, we saw the NNPP candidate on the program when he spoke to us and told us he is sure of what he intends to do for that elections. And so who knows what will happen at the end of the day.
So 2 major opposition parties in Bauchi. What I find interesting is that in this list, Kaduna didn't make it to the list. So I think very soon we'll be asking our analysts, you know, how do we eventually pin down which states are really battleground states? Because if we're going by what our correspondent has told us in Bauchi, it is peaceful so far. I think it's very important to always highlight that so far. But I mean, really, what can go wrong? If the elections itself have been conducted in peace, and you know the results are supposed to go from there to a platform where people can see it, you know, and should be able to see their results as they're being announced or as they're being uploaded, as the case might be. Really, what can go wrong? I'm just a little curious.
That's where we'll get to find out from our guests. All right, so we do have a gentleman joining us this morning here in the studios. And so we have Honorable West Idahosa, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. We also have Ezewan Wagu, who is the Chair, Partners for Electoral Reform. Gentlemen, thank you for coming on today.
Thank you very much.
Well, let me start with you. You've seen, at least, and heard and read about what's happening in different states. I'm sure that they've got across to you from your phone as well, reports from the field. What do you make of this whole process so far?
Well, it's a mixed reaction that I have for the process. First, it's significant to point out that we've witnessed progressive steps taken in terms of distribution of materials, and the fact that now we can at least say that the presiding officers and others have reached the destination for voting in quite many areas, even before the voters began to come. And that's a very positive development. However,
We are also aware that in spite of this progress, in many other areas, some were still waiting by 1:15 for materials and officers to arrive. So it will still mean that the logistic problems and dealing with those problems still running through some threads of the electoral process. But what is not pleasing at all is that we are still witnessing what appears to be violence, intimidation, and humiliation of citizens whose only crime appear to be stepping out to perform civic responsibilities vested on them by the Constitution of our country and by the nature of democracy. It's painful when a man leaves his house simply to cast his vote, and then there are people who then can imagine where he might be voting for, using some form of clairvoyance or whatever. I don't know how you get to know.
But the question that I want to ask is, would those thugs move out to intimidate voters unless someone told them to? You think they'll just get up and do that on their own?
Well, since 1999, that I first ran for election, thuggery has been synonymous with the electoral system of this country, probably before then.
Which is supposed to be a test of popularity.
Yeah. But the thing is, as we advance in our electoral progress, we are making progress. We also expect that certain elements that accompany the process should be overcome by now. There should be deliberate attempt to prevent that.
How do you prevent that?
Yes.
Because I asked this question knowing that I overheard the police public relations officer say something about the electoral official being in charge of the polling unit. I mean, he said this on live television where he said the police officer in that polling unit can't do anything unless the electoral official tells him to. So how do you prevent this thing?
Yeah, of course, you see, you cannot stop blaming the political class, because many of these who participate in these nefarious activities have their benefactors. There are people that they account to, and there are people who fund it. It doesn't happen by accident. It's not. These are processes that have been organized. I mean, we have been in the political class, so we understand how this happens. The other point is the security agencies also by now have adequate intelligence report. They ought to know that there are preemptive strikes that they can carry out.
So as a matter of fact, let me bring in this on that matter, because everyone is supposed to have been prepared for these elections, both from INEC, security agencies. They said all their mapping, all their analysis, all their preparations. But from what you've seen today, what do you think?
Well, I think we do know that, like the graph, the pictorials that were put out shows elections are holding in 28 states, and there are states that have become very problematic, that have shown to be very problematic, and they didn't happen on us. So everyone who had done some risk analysis will have known that those particular places where there are challenges was going to pose the kind of problems that we have seen. But on this program, we have constantly talked about the attitude of our people to elections, the attitude of the political class who have continually absented themselves from reforms. They are anti-reforms. Everything you have seen play out there is a consequence of the fact that as a people, we will call out INEC, we will call out the security agents, and we over-respect the politicians and their candidates and their behaviors. So, a date has been announced. This is the time polls will open. INEC officials are there. Then some people decide that there are people who must not have access to that polling unit. And this is a law-determined process. Election is guided by law. And somebody who is a law enforcement officer tells you that except he is instructed, except somebody instructs him when his task is to maintain law and order for the purpose of election, but for the general duty of keeping the country safe, he has a responsibility to enforce all laws. And he abdicates that responsibility. Everything we have seen happens because the people who have responsibility to maintain law and order have decided not to do so. And there are not going to be sanctions. And that, for me, has been the constant run in our conversation.
That seems to embolden the people to do this.
So the top, since morning, these videos have been circulating. So it is not midday statements have been issued by different observer groups. So the security agents know that this is happening, not one step. So you already have a press statement written to explain away these things.
But the DSS in Kano, I think it was yesterday or thereabout, they did arrest, I think, about 2 people who were threatened violence in Kano. So
the point, the DSS, this is a collaborative work.
Yeah.
There is Interagency Consultative Committee on Election Security. Now, this consultative is a place where you contribute muscle. You put muscle together to be able to avert all of this. So the DSS shouldn't ordinarily be territorial. It should provide information to the lead agency, the police, and say, look, in Lagos, in Kano, in Benue, this in Rivers State, where there are reports that there were in certain local governments, these reports are already out that there are, what do you call them? Small arms everywhere. The Yaga report was already very clear on that and put that out. And the challenge is that nobody reads anything. Nobody takes it. These reports just come. We don't bother.
No, but is it a question of, because I mean, even if nobody reads a report, I mean, even media houses, for instance, when they're deciding where to deploy, where they think the areas could be problematic, going by previous experience, you already know areas to say, you know what, send your reporters this way, send your reporters this way, because we saw this the last time. The chances are very high that it might happen again if nothing is done about it. So how much more security agencies, in terms of how they do their own mapping and deployment, shouldn't they know by now that there are certain areas where people have been threatened, where people are likely to be intimidated? Isn't that what security agencies do?
Siumakwe, INEC will invite the media and share their plans. They will invite the political parties, share their plans. They will invite civil society, share their plans. You have something to hold people accountable on. The police, we discussed here, where is the national security election plan for 2023 elections that anybody can interrogate?
Have they ever had that sort of plan?
Why shouldn't they? Why shouldn't we be able to see, so that we are not asking you to expose your strategy to us? There are educated people who can contribute. There are people who are knowledgeable, who can help and say, look, you can do this, you can help that. Share this risk analysis.
But we are told that these kind of scenarios are discussed at ICES.
That's what I'm telling you. These things are rituals. They've become rituals. There are no observer status. The media should have observer status in ICES. The civil society should have observer status in ICES. The same way we are oversighting INEC to the point where we are seeing these changes. What you saw today, the improvement you saw was that we put their foot on the fire. So logistics, there's a remarkable improvement in punctuality index for polls to open. But all the other people don't shift. There is no shift. The same things you complain about is what you're going to have to complain. If you, in Bauchi, for instance, there is a video, a serving commissioner or doling out cash, and there were policemen behind the serving commissioner. The video is all out there. The reports are already shared by civil society organizations who are observing this election.
Okay.
Nobody can say, who are those policemen behind that commissioner? That commissioner is involved in vote buying. You don't need elections to be over to arrest that person so that you can create a deterrent environment where people don't have to behave with impunity the way we're seeing.
Let's go to our correspondent in Kaduna, Emperor Simon. He is there, one of the states where many think that it could swing either way because of how keenly contested it is. Hello, Emperor. What's going on at the moment?
Hello, Chamberlain. I don't know if you can hear me. Yeah, but if you can hear me, we're here at the LEA Primary School in Kaduna North. LEA Primary School is in Cow Ward, I mean. And so far, so good. The process here has ended. There are 3 polling units here at the LEA Primary School, which also serves as a registration area center, and it also serves as a ward collation center. But there are also 3 polling units here. We have polling unit 023, where I am at the moment. We also have polling unit 041 and another polling unit that are just meters away from one another. So elections started, or voting and accreditation started at exactly 8 a.m. when many voters had already turned out and there was no delay, particularly at this polling unit. And then voting ended at exactly 2:30 p.m. and sorting and counting of ballots started at exactly 3 p.m. So what you see behind me here is sorting of the ballots. The various agents representing their political parties are collecting their ballot papers. That means the ones that have been cast in their favor, they are being handed over to them. Now, just to say that this particular polling unit has a total of 1,500 registered voters. During the presidential election, voting, we understood, lasted up until 7 p.m. at this particular polling unit. But today you can see that voting ended quite early and sorting is already going on. Chamberlain.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Emperor Simon, keeping tabs on what is playing out right there in Kaduna. But of course, we'll bring you more because we have a man right there, as you have just seen. But let's cross over to Kano. We've got a senior advocate of Nigeria, Aminu Mohammed. He is there in our studios in Kano, also to weigh in on the matter. Thank you for joining us on the 2023 verdict, the state elections, our coverage of the election. So there in Kano, many are also looking to see how the pendulum will swing for this governorship election and state assembly elections, you might add. So tell us, from what you've seen now at the moment, what is your impression of how the election is panning out?
Yes, good evening, sir. So, I'm sorry for point of correction. I am Aminu Sani Muhammad. I'm not a senior advocate of Nigeria. I am also a lawyer. So I'm sorry for that because it's something that was made it's not correct. Sorry. Okay, so looking at the situation, based on what we observe as observers from the Nigerian Bar Association, particularly from Kano branch, I was posted to Kano Municipal to observe the election and see what is going on there. And then the impression there that we have is quite, to say, interesting. And then the voters were able to come out in mass to cast their votes. And I'm sure that in Kano, and then the INEC officials were able to come to the polling stations on time.
The Observer, we thank you for your perspectives. Well, let me get back here. And Abuja Mr. Hilge is actually the senior advocate of Nigeria, so that just played in my head. Well, when Izema was talking about how some of these things play out, how people seem to have been emboldened by the seeming inaction of state actors who ought to have done something, and then it appeared as though it's supposed to be a tribe. Well, one of the legs of that session wherein agencies need to ensure that people are not emboldened is the judiciary. And then we've seen how they made reference to the judiciary compelling people or almost mimicking people to go to courts, depending on how people interpret it. So do you think that judiciary has actually played their role? Because several people look also with mixed feelings to the judiciary in terms of how they should have or have played their roles perfectly, or what they expect of the judiciary. How does that play out in the scheme of things?
Well, first, before you talk about the judiciary, remember you only take electoral decisions there made by the electoral umpire at the end of the day. When votes are counted, a declaration is made, and then somebody is dissatisfied, and then you get there. But before we get there, let's quickly talk about the deterrent that we need to put in place. Many have clamored for special courts to prosecute election offenses, and that because this is absent and nothing seems to happen to these people, they are emboldened, they are able to do what they want to do because they are backed by people who seemingly are larger than institutions. And this is part of the problem of the political class. When you overwhelm the institutions, they become so weak and they are unable to protect the general public and national interest.
Okay.
Now, so the argument is stronger than ever that there is a need now to ensure that the provisions of the Electoral Act on deterring people in terms of electoral misbehavior, commission of electoral offenses is put in place. And I expect to see that this happens in the 2023 election.
Since you mentioned the Electoral Act,
yeah, just to quickly give our viewers an update. I know that we've been keeping tabs on the situation in Victoria Garden City, where there was a situation this morning. The report was that INEC officials were not allowed to, were not able to, set up within the estate, or they said they could not, or they would not set up within the estate, that they were going to set up outside of the estate, and there was a dispute between voters who were supposed to vote and who said they had been voting within the estate for a very long time. Initially, we heard that INEC said they were trying to resolve the situation and that voting was going to happen between the hours of 2 and 5 p.m. We understand that now the INEC commissioner, the INEC resident electoral commissioner in the state is now speaking and is saying that voting will now hold in Victoria Garden City in Lagos tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. So just an update on the situation there. Voting will now hold in Victoria Garden City tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. We certainly will keep tabs on our correspondent, Shola Shoyele, to bring us a little more update on what is going on in Victoria Garden City and how the residents of that particular area, voters at that particular polling unit, are responding to INEC saying that they're now going to be voting tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. But this is some of the situations that we've seen in Lagos. I mean, quite a number of reports that have come in from Lagos, a number of them unpleasant, but this is what we're keeping tabs on. So we've spoken about security, and we'll continue to keep tabs on what exactly the security situation will be. We'll like to hear from the security agencies. This one, however, is not exactly peculiar with security, even though part of the reason why the residents say they do not want the polling units outside of their estate is because they have always voted within their estate, and they're afraid. I mean, security is a concern for them if the polling unit is outside. But looking at this particular situation, was this a dispute that was necessary in the first instance?
It wasn't. It's part of the electoral indiscipline that sometimes can occur. Because I listened to clips of the argument earlier, and I did hear the residents making a very strong case, not only about the history, but about the regularity of using the place, and of course the security implications of getting them onto the expressway. And then all we heard from the electoral officers was that, well, this is what they have been told. They can't do it here. They have to come to the road and so on and so forth. They said so with so much impunity, no communication skill, no persuasive skill. And that was a red flag for many who were listening, given the fact that pictures of persons had been seen earlier in the day with spills of blood. We had a famous singer complaining about how she was beaten up together with a friend, giving live account of what had happened to her merely because her voting center had been relocated without notice. And once they were able to trace it, it became a big problem to exercise that right. So I think that much as INEC is willing to help the situation, they have to improve the training and the monitoring of those who they have mandated as their representatives, because it's important that your representatives are able to carry out your mandate to represent the philosophy and the vision of your commission. Otherwise, there will be a disconnect. You will be saying one thing to the Nigerian people, but what we see on the ground will be the exact opposite of what you are saying. And this is accounting for the type of low voters turnout you are seeing. And once you do that, you are giving democracy a fatal blow.
Yeah, this is the pictures. I mean, our correspondent sent in earlier. You can see the area there. This was much earlier in the day. It does look like they usually have it pretty organized. A tent for observers, a tent for INEC officials, even chairs for voters, you know, in that particular community. And one would wonder why this dispute, you know, had to arise in the very first place. For you, Mr. Wango, do you think that the fact that they are holding this tomorrow will discourage voters from coming out to vote in their numbers?
My response to you, Maokwe, will be they should not be discouraged if they want to vote, even if there are these obstacles. The challenge is, I'm happy that all of this is not in a public place, because that's what's important. You are not supposed to cite polling units in residences, but what I'm seeing is like a playground, and I don't see what that dispute should be about. Why you should now relocate it from there? But whatever it is, I am excited that there is an INEC that is always responding, trying to at least listen and do something. It's a different thing when you have public institutions who don't listen, who continue even when, so if they are saying they are going to have to hold it by 8:30 tomorrow, I hope they are able to then resolve the issue of location.
Yeah. Because what could have brought it up in the first instance? I think that's what a lot of residents were wondering. What exactly is this about? If we voted here, and this is the polling unit that we've known for how many years, why is it that this morning, on the morning of the day we're supposed to vote, will be the day we're being told, oh, move it outside of the estate?
I think Honorable Idahosa has made that point. It's a question of staff and the kind of training that they have. Often, even if you are given that kind of what do I say? Instruction. The objective conditions of the reality that you face should help you to then, you know, take a decision that will work for everyone. You know, so sometimes we have this command structure that we inherited from the military is still running in our public service.
Take that decision will cost you your job. We're going to Kano.
Yeah, well, we've got our correspondent Sadiq Eliasu in Kano. He's going to give us an update. Sadiq, yes, could you give us an update on the situation where you are?
Well, right now I am here at Race Course Primary School, where voting has ended. We have about 9 polling units here at this registration area, but because of the low turnout of voters, they have actually finished the voting very early. You can see behind me, everybody has left. Only a few people left with the polling boxes waiting for the INEC vehicle to come and move them to the collation center. But unlike the previous election, at this hour, the voting has been going on, and it's reached evening in this polling station. And with me here, I have Zainab Nasir, who is actually going to also give us more. She is an election observer, and she has been observing a lot of things, and we will be talking about the situation and the voter turnout. What do you think about the voter turnout here in Kano State?
Actually, the turnout is low, very low, not as expected. Because if you compare it with the presidential election, a lot of people come out and cast their vote. But now, people are not much. Very few people are outside to cast their vote.
Do you think this has to do with the fear of violence, because we have recorded so much violence?
Indeed, there is fear of violence because a lot of violence happened, and also the issue of vote buying. So for some people, other people outside, and the people that refuse to come out, they always shared what they share to us is like they think their vote is not going to count, or their candidate they cannot vote for the candidate of their choice, and the fear that they used to instill on people that if you go to a particular polling unit, you will not be allowed to vote for the candidate of your choice because some thugs are around and they will force you to vote someone that you are not interested in.
You talk about vote buying. There is shortage of cash. How do you think they are doing this?
Well, they change the strategy because you can see there are other materials like wrappers at Champa and spaghetti.
Again, and it was already late. And while we were at Offer and Agundi, some thugs attacked the election officials, and it has to take the intervention of security officials to save those officials, and the election was abruptly stopped. So many things are happening right now in Kano State, and we'll keep you up to date as things unfold. Back to you, Chamberlain.
Here. Just a quick one. Did INEC say anything about upload of the results?
Well, yesterday while I spoke to the public relations officer of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Mr. Maulud Adam, he's confirmed to me that they will upload the election result on the IREF. But as at now, we are not sure if INEC is doing that, although the voting just ended, so we are not very much sure if they have started doing so. But we will keep you updated on with regards to that. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much indeed, Sadiq Ilyasu, our correspondent in Kano. So earlier today, the Labour Party governorship candidate in Lagos, that's Mr. Gbadebo Rhodes Vival, after casting his vote, told reporters that he has information on voter intimidation and attack on his party agents in some parts of Lagos. Let's bring you what he said.
Very proud of our people. I'm very proud of the Lagosians. I'm very proud of Nigerians. So Lagos is a microcosm of Nigeria. And it's time for a new generation to stand and say, you know, so I encourage them to continue. We are with them, we are behind them, and we are ensuring that every way we can support them security-wise.
What's the report that you're getting from
places like in VGC, the polling unit agents are not going into the estates because they want to draw the people out or not have them vote at all. You have situations in Iba, as of now, polling materials have not yet gotten into Iba. You have places like Oshodi, Solo, Agbo Palace Way, or Porta. They are using a lot of voter intimidation, the APC talk has chased all Labour people out of the area in other parts of Ikeja. I'm not sure about.
In the last 2 weeks, you've allowed certain threats of your life. So what is the update on that right now?
Am I certain on when election? We are forming next government of Lagos State. They are going to try, but the will of people eventually prevail. And your question was?
In the last 2 weeks, you've allowed certain threats in your life. What is the update on that right now?
No, there are threats, but we cannot be afraid. I'm a son of Lagos. My forefathers lived here, right? I'm not going to be intimidated by anybody. And we mean well for the people of Lagos. And it's time for them. You see, everybody that is even carrying out all this violence, go and look at their life in the last 10 years. They are suffering. Most people are living in poverty. Their daughters are not there. They cannot send their children to public school. They cannot go to public hospitals. If their wife wants to give birth, for them to find bed is a problem. So you see that a lot of these people, they're not thinking because they are suffering, but they are still carrying on the government that is making them suffer. They will give them some 10,000 or 15,000 naira or even 100,000 naira. They will see them again for 4 years. They'll be left doing admirable work. So, by God's grace, it's time for the people to be lifted up. Because see, all that money that Alpha Beta is taking, we're going to take that money and give it directly to the people. Because it's time for the people to enjoy. We're going to know, based on the electronic transmission of votes that happens here, we got an injunction to say that a mandamus order that states that INEC must follow its procedures. So if they do not follow any of these procedures, then whatever procedure they do today is null and void.
Okay, if this election didn't turn out the way you want, what's the next?
Well, I will fight it to the end, right? We need a credible election. We do. It's about time. Right? How long are we going to hold people as slaves in Lagos State? People deserve a good life, and Lagos has the money for a good life. Yes. Lagos has the money to provide enough infrastructure for people not sit down in 3 hours traffic every day. Lagos has the money for our young men to get employment. There's so much unemployment all over Lagos State, and then they use that their weakness and use them to be perpetrating evil against their own people.
During the presidential election, there were some areas where they didn't have LP party agents, checking the votes to make sure that every vote that were counted in some polling units. What have the party done this time to ensure that?
Well, we have made sure that we have a lot of agents, and we've done that. You see, we have an agent here. We have an agent in most of these places. So we've done a lot. We've done a lot to ensure that we have structure on the ground. They chased almost 15 agents away. Right, so we are now trying to respond and get them back, but the damage has already been done, and you have erased a credible election, at least in that place, But the idea is overall, by God's grace, we will prevail.
Thank you.
All right, so that is the Labour Party governorship candidate for Lagos State, Badiba Rose Fiver, giving his perspective on the election shortly after he cast his vote earlier today. Well, Mr. Hidawasa, when you speak about people asking for special courts to prosecute some of these offenses, and as a result of it not being on stream, it might have affected things. But we equally did have your SAN colleague as well, who thought he had questions about that, because he was of the opinion that have they even itemized all the challenges that have not been resolved, electoral challenges or tribunals or cases that have not been resolved, that may have or give the impression that the judiciary is overwhelmed with these kind of cases before you then come up with a special court. He thinks that if you come up with a special court, it may not necessarily affect the key issues, because prosecution have got to get the acts up and running. That if you don't do that, it will be the same thing with electoral courts.
The special courts, in the sense that it doesn't mean creating new courts. I mean, it can be designation of certain courts to deal with election offenses. Now, a number of states, for example, have created special courts to deal with criminal matters. They have Criminal Court 1, Criminal Court 2. So what you have in the docket of those courts specifically matters relating to commission of crime. And so that takes them away from dealing with the ordinary civil matters, matrimonial matters, and etc. There's some specialty in it. So when we talk about this, we expect that arrangement be made, that certain courts be designated, and that would mean certain rules be promulgated for the process to be fast-tracked. For example, the period for trial, period for responses for the defenses, and will be my period for the conclusion. Now, we used to have this kind of problems before in pre-election matters. I remember when they took me to court some years ago, we were there for nearly 3-4 years, and I almost completed my tenure. But that's not possible now. Because
before we get to the court, they are preventing this thing. I mean, how the law enforcement agents are there, but they do nothing. I mean, it was Mr. Wango that even brought that out. The law enforcement agents are standing there, and people are being threatened. And this country has laws against assault and threatening of people. But as the case may be, it says here that Section 58 of the Electoral Act says that nobody can be removed from a polling unit who behaves in a disorderly manner or fails to obey a lawful order.
Yes.
That points to the fact that, I mean, even if
such areas should not be seen with small arms.
So what happens to the law that the police officer took an oath to protect? I mean,
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what we earlier talked about training. Remember that the polling officer is the master, is in charge in the entire value chain of the electoral system. In my view, he is singularly the most powerful operator in this election process. Now, the polling officer can make or mar an election. You know, that's why it's important for him to be extremely well trained, because the decision as to whether or not to call for intervention is a judgment which he must make.
Do you think they have too much powers?
In my view, yes. In my view, yes. I mean, an officer who can decide to cancel an election right there for whatever reason, even if it is not for overriding public interest. And, you know, not only that, an officer who, for example, can decide to invite the police to take away a person seen as obstructing a collusion.
Well, there must have been a reason why the polling officers were given that much power. Mr. Wango, you've been one of those at the forefront of electoral reform, so there will be a reason why that was.
Yes, but I think he owns the PU, but he does not own the PU in isolation. There's a collaboration, and that's why it's important to understand what this access is about, the interagency consulting. It is INEC is co-chairing this with the security, especially the police. At the national level is with the IG, at the state level is with the commissioner, and it goes down that way. Now, when we say the presiding officer has powers, it is to ensure that there is orderliness within that environment. The security man, his main job is to maintain law and order. And there's an architecture that's been laid. The one in the PU does not have arms, is not supposed to be armed, as Honorable has said, to ensure that you don't create an environment of intimidation. But just not far away from there is armed policemen. On the outer layer, you also now have the military. So you have a responsibility if you feel that that environment has become toxic to now reach out to the security man there. The security man, if he needs assistance, will then call. And there's a roving team as well. In all of this, there's a roving team that is going around to ensure that things are as should be. But what has happened, and that is the point that I think needs to be made, that our public institutions have come under so strong a political influence that they are not able to exercise these powers. And the argument again that, oh, if we create
special
electoral offenses commission, special courts, and that same influence, because cronyism and patronage is the overriding. The person who will get into the Electoral Offenses Commission, you will first start talking about whether he's a Muslim, he's a Christian, where did he come from, who is his father, yeah, all of those play in our recruitment, process. And there are institutions of state that you should have equal opportunity employment that can guarantee that when you get there, you exercise that job. So, Constitution, Electoral Act, Oga West, which one is superior? The Constitution has given the power to the police to enforce all laws. It's there for him to for every police officer. Law is being broken, and you are hoisting a regime of excuse that the reason why you cannot do so is because the electoral officer, when you even have power to arrest the electoral officer.
How do we correct this?
It is by ensuring that, first and foremost, I observed the election in Nasarawa before I came here. The police blocked the road and said, except a commissioner he gets the commissioner, he cannot open the road for even election observers, accredited election observers who it's a matter of he has to call, that he must call. We had to come down. We are election observer. You're on duty. We are also on duty. You can't impede our own duty because you want to. It's a function of training, and that's
what was his excuse? I mean,
that they said he should block the road.
He was obeying orders.
No, but that's what I'm telling you. He blocked the road.
So sometimes are these orders not? I mean, unless of course they are meant to thwart, the will of the people.
There's another polling unit where we went to. A security woman was assisting a voter. And as observers, we were just looking at her. You assist somebody who he said she doesn't know the logo of the party that she wants to vote. I said this party has been in existence since 1999.
Is this a collective challenge? Because in that scenario, you would have thought that citizens too should know that, wait a minute, this cannot be the case. Shouldn't somebody somewhere speak up and highlight, or even observers point out some of these things?
No, now for we observers, we are to observe, take notes, to correct. You understand? If we do that,
you can only correct after.
If we do that, we're interfering. The protocol of our engagement does not allow us to interfere with the process. But there are party agents. These party agents can interfere with the process. They have they can interfere. But what did we see in all the places we went to? Collaboration. Yes. There's a particular place where we went to. A certain man came and gave all the party agents in the polling unit 1,000 naira each. So you should be giving your own party
for as little as 1,000 naira, party agents are willing to collaborate.
This is what the experience is, more where the collusion, and that is why many times when politicians make the arguments about results management and the rest of them, they compromise this. Start at the PU because they do not have trained representatives at the polling unit level who compromise them at that level, sign results, and then it's pushed out, and then they are at the top. There is no connection. And it comes to the fact that there is no organic link between membership.
It does appear that
there is a joke that happened. Somebody came Honorable Dabo Hosa to the center and said, today you are this party's agent. And the last one you were, and the woman said yes, that she's now agent. So how can you be agent of two different political parties in two different elections
So
if you are a party agent?
We need to then look inwards too, because if that's happening, then they're contributing to the challenge.
No, of course.
So that's another thing that needs to be addressed. But we do have certain persons, different people voting in different areas. But let's cross to Adamawa. The governor is trying to ensure that he doesn't call for the removal of vans by willing his seat. So we'll start there. He voted alongside several others. Let's have a look.
And perhaps there'll be
carried away by PU results.
Yes, please don't be carried away by PU results. But this was what we saw earlier. The governor of the state voting. Is that him holding up his ballot paper?
It's the one that exactly holding it up.
It's supposed to put it in a box, but somehow he's holding it up in a manner that shows where he voted.
Yeah.
Okay, so there'll be questions as to whether that is allowed, because we see that increasingly more political actors are beginning to, put their ballots into the ballot boxes in that manner. That's what we're seeing. But we do know right now that polling has since ended in that particular polling unit where the governor voted. This is the candidate of the APC, Aisha Binani, who also voted earlier in the day.
Also doing the same thing.
Is that? I think yes. One of the states where we have will I say a female candidate for any of the parties in Adamawa State. We also see right there the presidential candidate of the PDP in the presidential elections also casting his vote in Adamawa. Don't forget, it's also from Adamawa State. So quite an interesting state to watch out for. It's been categorized as one of the swing states, a state where anything can happen. The incumbent might retain his seat. He might not. It's a big, big deal. It'll be interesting to see whether we'll see the first woman governor from that state. It'll be very interesting to see. But this was a situation much earlier in the day, as we do know that a number of polling units have since finished their polling, and the results have been announced for those polling units. So, but let us hear what they said much earlier in the day, these particular people whom we have now shown you.
The process is good, is excellent, is fast, and I think it's something to be encouraged. INEC need to move away from the past and adhere strictly to the guidelines, the Electoral Act, and what is contained in the Constitution by simultaneously transmitting the result this time around and also collecting manually. I think that is what is expected of INEC, and for the process, I think is excellent. You can see in less than 20 seconds, I was accredited and I casted my vote. I think for me, the process is good. Yes, I've said it. The international community has also called on INEC to redeem their image. We're also calling on INEC as stakeholders for them to redeem their image by doing what is expected of them, what is in the guideline, what is in the Electoral Act, and what is in the Constitution. I think if we do that, there will be less acrimony, there will be less misconception about the process. But for me, is excellent. Is what is expected of them that is going on now, and I believe it will end like this.
Do you think you will win the election?
Perfect. I will win the election. I will get the day.
Your Excellency, as Chief Law Officer of the state, are there anything else you can get to?
So far, so good. I have not received any serious report across the state, and I think as human, there's bound to be one or two problems across in some selected areas. But I think generally it's not enough to say it's not good. I think we have to pass an excellent marks on INEC this time around.
The election, as we can all see, is very peaceful and is being conducted in an orderly manner. I feel great. Yes, it's men's world, but we are pushing because we are always asking for the 35% affirmative, and alhamdulillah, this time around.
Let's hope they will improve on their past performance. I'm not quite hopeful because I have not seen measures they have taken to improve their past performances.
All right, so there you go. Some of the key persons voting in Adamawa for these elections. You saw the PDP presidential candidate, Atiku Abubakar, having contested that elections. And then we also saw the candidates of the APC and the PDP for the governorship elections, giving their perspectives on what they thought after they voted. So we're expecting results from their polling units to come through. So it's that of Taraba and some other polling units may have been trickling in, but there is a bigger picture which we're expected to look at, and so that people don't run with PG results. But we understand that our colleagues in Lagos, there's some materials coming through from Lagos about some developments that occurred moments ago in Lagos. So we'll let them talk us through what might have transpired in Isheri, where, whoa, so there you go. So not too far from where our colleagues Ladi and Buki are coming to us live from, so perhaps they may have a bird's eye view or an inkling into what might have transpired, guys. There you go. We'll get more details as to what might have specifically happened, but from the conduct of what you see there, just trying to restrict people from, it's supposed to be a peaceful atmosphere. If you go by the stipulations of the Electoral Act, they're supposed to conduct themselves peacefully and not disrupting or intimidating people who come there to vote, because it is a civic responsibility. People, but Mr. Dawes, I don't know, how come? Because I mean, when Mr. Zenwa talks about, I know he frowns at that. When we talk about how we conduct ourselves in a democracy, that's how it's supposed to be. People should have rights uninhibited. Go to cast your vote peacefully, as stipulated in the laws. And then you see these kind of images. He talked about the ring, the security ring and cordon that is expected to guarantee and enforce these rules. But we still see this kind of conduct time and again. We saw it in the last election in some areas, some polling units. We're seeing it again. It raises questions as to the laws. It's supposed to be a country of laws and not a lawless country.
Yeah, it starts from indiscipline of the political class. Remember that this election is not even supposed to witness intimidation or paraphernalia of office. You can look at the very intimidating vehicles we were looking at in the picture we saw just now, and then you have a plethora of officers standing around to service one man, and then the Hallelujah boys who have to perform the role of praise singing. And this is something that is enjoyed by the political class. They have to get passage. And so once you find a situation of this amalgam, the crowd is already there. Security breaches have already occurred. And then no one knows at what time the violence breaks out. So it's a question of charity not beginning from home. More importantly, not enough is done for the political class by the political class. It does appear to me now that this is one profession where there are no entry qualifications. Anyone who just finds himself thinks that it's so easy to be a politician. You just can't be a lawyer. You just cannot be a broadcaster. You just cannot be a doctor. Why do people think that it's just so easy to become a politician?
You wear two caps because you've been in the House.
Yes.
Then you also a senior member of the bar. So perhaps you could give us an inkling into what the mindset, what might have been the difficulty in ensuring that these kind of loopholes were addressed when the laws were being made.
The thing is, even if you put the laws together, and I have always argued that it's not for the want of laws that we run into these difficulties. It's always been implementational. It's attitudinal. It is a problem that goes with the average in discipline of the entire substructure of the nation. You know, and
Is it really that? Because I mean, I've got that those who think that, well, if the lawmakers actually put their foot down and say, for instance, maybe a president of a country doesn't have to appoint the chairman of INEC. A president of this country doesn't have to have a major say on who becomes the IGP. A president of a country doesn't have to have a major say on who becomes the CJN. A president, and things like that. So those are key institutions of which, if we have really and true independence in terms of how their leaders emerge, it will trickle down to the functions and activities and how they carry out their duties, because now they could be beholden to the number one seat, such that if they do certain things, they retain their seats, and if they don't, they could be on their way out.
Yeah, but you see, presidential democracy, it's all about patronage. Patrimonialists, whether from the US, everyone has practiced this system. It's so much power is vested in the president. But again, as you said, there are enough checks and balances. For example,
are there enough, really?
Oh yeah, some of these offices you are talking about require confirmation of the Senate. It's not as if the president has the kind of powers to do and undo. But the point is, there's so much deference to patronage in our system.
So the problem of the system is the political class themselves.
It's major. It's the main class. Look, listen.
Who are those in the National Assembly? The politicians.
Yeah,
there could be honorable riggers. There could be those who won the election. So you don't say who put them there. There are many ways to get into those places. But the first thing is that the character and complexion of the elites of any country manifests in the way they carry on. So you get into the National Assembly, the man in the National Assembly is thinking of becoming a governor. From the day he got in there, the first thing he's thinking is that when I live here, I become. So instead of making laws that create a level playing field, he starts going to his side. And if that is the ideology of your lawmaking about self-promotion, you have a challenge. And that is what cuts across. So you come to this place, everybody is thinking about what's the next thing. The governor finishes, he wants to come back to make laws, you know? And when he comes to make laws, he's also thinking about presidency. So it's always a continuous chain.
Honorable Dawson, maybe could weigh in as well. Chairman asked the question as in, how do we come out of this? Is there a chance that someday we'll have a system where those who are meant to enforce the laws are somewhat independent and strengthened enough to actually go out and meet a politician and say you broke the law and arrest the person, and ensure that that person pays for what goes through the due process and pays for that crime or breaking of the law that he did?
Yeah, it has to do with the quality of leadership. It has to do with the personality of the leader. And that's why we talk about modernization of the leader. Do you realize that many members of the House and probably even the Senate have never taken a look at the Electoral Act? They have never taken a look.
Don't say that's a serious.
Listen, when we passed the Evidence Act in 2011, when we amended it, we got a quota to start, but we were left with 39 persons who debated and amended the the Evidence Act that Nigeria uses. I was there live. And that was because I was already on my way out, and it was imperative that I contributed something to the work of the legal community, all right? So when you have these kind of situations, it boils down to the leadership. We had Naba Gali as speaker. You were a chairman, and you didn't submit your report at the appropriate time, you are out of office. So with Naba, you know that. You should know what to expect. So this is why I say the top is key. It will remain key. And it's only the top that can modernize the system. So once you have a patrimonialist leader who is so used to supporting people, dispensing patronage, nothing will change.
Your closing thoughts, Ezra?
So sometimes back we came out with when they were going to be filling the vacancies for INEC, resident electoral commissioners. We came out, we pointed out that there are appointees who had, who had partisan background and all of those things, inexperience. And we did petition the National Assembly. The National Assembly passed those people. The political class, the political parties distanced themselves from that struggle. They were not part of it. All the political parties, they exempted themselves. As we speak today, some of us are in court with some of those people for defamation of character. Why did the National Assembly eventually pass those people? With evidence of people who have contested elections under a particular party, with evidence of somebody who is directly related to a member of a top-ranking political party. The National Assembly said, you didn't come by way of affidavit, even though what you were saying. So I agree with Honorable that the leadership, but there are responsibilities that people have that they abdicate. The president can bring anybody, but you have a responsibility to say no. By the virtue of what we have seen with this person, the DSS have to screen these people. There are different layers of process that you sidestep to get the kind of outcomes that you are getting. So if as civil society you say, oh, we need this thing, they say, waiting concern you. What is your own inside this matter? The people who should take on the gauntlet and challenge those things are themselves collaborators in the challenge. So if we have institutions that wake up, the National Assembly is the Nigeria's foremost anti-corruption institution. If it understands its responsibility,
all right, gentlemen,
it can change things for us.
We have to anchor at that point. Ezenwawagu is the chair, Partners for Electoral Reforms. He's also been alongside Honorable Ehioge West Idahosa, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, and Channels TV, the election analyst, both of them. Gentlemen, thank you both for coming on.
Thank you very much.
To have
you. Appreciate this.
All right, so we will be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Mayor.
Oh, I wish you were here.
I'm always with you.
But it's not the same without you.
MTN 5G's amazing technology will change how we experience life and the internet. Get ready to encounter the incredible. And remember, no be juju, na MTN 5G.
Everyone dreams of owning a home, but not everyone has the budget. We understand this, and that's why at Meridian Park Estate, everyone has a fair chance to own a home in Ajah and environs. Over the years, we have consistently and creatively delivered homes at prices that beat the market by about 20% and still furnish them with a flexible plan that makes payment convenient. That's why when our clients fear for price, we confidently say, not even your budget can stop.